we'll start now. Starting with this histology part. We'll start first with the histology part. I'll show you the slides, some important things. Just see the slides. Then topics of general anatomy I'll tell you. Okay, general anatomy I'll put the same thing on the club also, but I'll still show you those things, and then we'll start with the last part which is left. Okay, now see here, starting with histology, starting with glands. Now how do we classify the glands? Glands can be classified depending on the number of cells. Depending on the number of cells, we classify them as unicellular and multicellular. Unicellular is goblet cells, multicellular is submandibular gland. Depending on the duct, whether it's a simple duct, means it's an unbranched duct, or whether it's a branched duct. Don't write, I'll give you time. So simple duct, it's an unbranched. Example is sweat gland. If it's a branched one, it's mammary gland. So glands are classified on depending on the number of cells, on the duct, mode of secretion. If the apex of the gland breaks off, apocrine. If the entire gland breaks off, holocrine. And if there's no breaking off of the gland, there are small vacuoles, they go to the periphery and break off. This is merocrine gland, merocrine. And depending on the type of secretions, it is either serous mucus or mixed gland, serous mucus. You can write this down. Depending on the number of cells. Histology is not much. I'll first finish the histology part and then we'll start with the next one. Okay, just write this down. Depending on the number of cells, unicellular, goblet cells, multicellular, submandibular gland. Topic is gland. You write this down, write this down. Depending on the duct, simple, that means unbranched, that's sweat gland. Compound or branched, that's mammary gland. Okay, mode of secretion, apex breaks off. Apex of the gland breaks off. Apocrine. Whole gland breaks off. Apex of the gland breaks off, apocrine. Example is sweat gland. The entire gland breaks off. If the entire gland breaks off, that is holocrine. Example, sebaceous gland. Sebaceous gland. And secretions are I'll show you the previous slide. Secretions are transferred by vacuoles. Secretions are transferred by vacuoles. This is merocrine or ecrine. Mammary gland. Mammary gland belongs to both apocrine as well as merocrine, both. So if the entire gland, if the apex of the gland breaks off, apocrine. If the entire gland breaks off, holocrine. And if there is no breaking of the gland, secretions are transferred by vacuoles. The vacuoles go to the periphery and break. This is known as merocrine or eccrine gland. Example is mammary gland. Mammary gland. Okay, clear to you? Clear? I'll proceed. So glands are classified as depending on the number of cells, depending upon the ducts, whether it's branched or unbranched, depending upon release of secretion, and last is depending upon the type of secretions that I have to tell you. Histology we are starting with the glands. Okay, topic is glands. Right, done. Topic is gland, yes. Have a look, I start here. Now functional unit of a gland is known as what? Functional unit of a gland is acinus. Functional unit of a gland is acinus. Okay. Mammary gland is both apocrine as well as merocrine. Yes. Functional unit of a gland is acinus. Now see this. This is an acinus in which the cells are columnar cells, like this, columnar cells, and the nucleus is flattened. Apex of the gland breaks off apocrine gland. Example is sweat gland. Nucleus is flattened. Nucleus is at the base of the cell. Look, what is this acinus known as? This is known as the mucus acinus. Mucus acinus. Cells are tall and pyramidal. Nucleus is flattened at the base. This is a mucus acinus. Now, there's another type of acinus. Look at this. There's another type of acinus in which the cells are cuboidal cells. Cells are cuboidal and the nucleus is in the center of the cell. Nucleus is in the center of the cell. This is a serous acinus. Serous acinus. So one is a mucus acinus, one is a serous acinus. Mucus acinus, serous acinus. So if there are plenty of mucus acinus, this is mucus salivary gland. Mucus salivary gland. And if there's plenty of serous acinus, that's a serous salivary gland. Example is sublingual. Example is example is parotid. Serous salivary gland. Example is parotid. And now mucus, serous secretions, mucus secretions. What are the secretions? If it's a mucus secretion, it's a mucus salivary gland. If the secretions are serous, it's a serous salivary gland. So this is how a mucus acinus looks, which secretes mucus. A serous acinus looks, which secretes serous secretions. And if both mucus and serous acinus are found together, this is a mixed salivary gland. Mixed. So mixed salivary gland would contain both mucus as well as serous acinus, or a mixed salivary gland would contain a serous acinus, a mucus acinus, and someone is sitting on the mucus acinus. That's a serous acinus. The serous acinus is sitting on the mucus acinus. Look, this is a mucus acinus, and the serous acinus is sitting on the mucous acinus, and this is what we call as, any idea? This is what we call as a demilune. This is what we call as a demilune, and a demilune is seen in mixed salivary gland. Mixed salivary gland. So, clear? Example is submandibular. Submandibular. Clear? So clear? So glands are classified as one depending upon, yes, the duct, that was one, depending upon the type of secretions and depending upon the nature the secretions are released. So this is clear, no? And the type of secretions, mucous acinus, serous acinus, and a mixed salivary gland. So mucous salivary gland, serous salivary gland, and a mixed salivary gland will have both mucous and serous acinus, or it will have a demilune. A demilune is a mucous acinus, and sitting on the mucous acinus is a serous acinus. Example is submandibular gland. You're following this, all of you? I'll show you the slides, it will be clear. General anatomy, pelvis and perineum. This much is left. Okay, now see the slides, you'll understand. I'll proceed, see the slides now. First was number of cells. Okay, have a look at this. Tell me now, what is this? What is this slide of? So we'll start. What is this slide of? Just try to understand this. Start, answer now. Yes. Answer. Be quick. See this, these are all acinus, right? And this acinus are the functional unit of a salivary gland. Functional unit of a salivary gland are acinus. Now you can see this, these are all serous acinus. So this is a serous salivary gland. And what is this now? What is this? These are the ducts. You can see this ducts. You can see this beautiful cuboidal epithelium. Look at that. These are circular cells. So cuboidal epithelium, the nucleus is in the center, circular nucleus. So this is a duct here. Right? So this is a serous salivary gland. Have a look at this. What is this now? The mucous salivary gland. You can see this mucous acinus. See the cells are columnar like this. Cells are columnar here. And the nucleus is flattened. Look, the nucleus is at the base of the cell. Nucleus is flattened, nucleus is at the base of the cell. Here, like that. Okay, so this is a mucous acinus and this is a mucous salivary gland. And mucus, and plus look at this. What is this? What is this structure? See this. These are the demilune. You can see this is a mucous acinus, and sitting on the mucous acinus, what's this? What's this structure? That's a serous acinus. So this is a demilune. This is demilune, this is another demilune, this is another demilune. Look, this is nice. Serous salivary gland, no? Serous acinus is seen, so serous salivary gland. This are the mucous acinus, but you can also see demilunes here. So now we call this as a mixed salivary gland. See, this is a serous acinus. This is a mucous acinus, purely mucous acinus. And this is a demilune. So this is an example of a mixed salivary gland. Is this clear to all of you? These are derived from ectoderm. Okay, so that's about the glands. Now see this slide. See this slide. What is this slide of? This is a slide of hyaline cartilage. What are the cells found in the cartilage known as? I'm just showing you the slides and I'm telling you the identifying points, okay, the important things which can be asked. So what are the cells of the cartilage known as? Chondrocytes. Chondrocytes are found in group. This is known as cell nest. Okay, look at this. This is a group of chondrocytes. This is a group of chondrocytes. So this is what we call a cell nest. Cell nest is seen. Cell nest are seen. Matrix is transparent. ground glass appearance. Ground glass appearance. Okay, so cells are found, chondrocytes are found in a group, so cell nest, and the matrix is transparent. This is a ground glass appearance. Chondrocyte, perichondrium is this, the covering of the cartilage. Perichondrium is present. Perichondrium would be present. Okay. Serous acinus is sitting on the mucous acinus. Yes, Jamilu. Clear? So perichondrium is present. So this is an example of hyaline cartilage. Hyaline. So perichondrium is seen, and you can see developing chondrocytes. Small chondrocytes here. Small chondrocytes are periphery, and as you come in the center, they start to become big and mature, and the chondrocytes are found in a group. So this is a hyaline cartilage. Okay. See this now. You're following now just the important things and the points I'm telling you. This is an example of elastic cartilage. Elastic cartilage. Perichondrium is present. Perichondrium is present. Hyaline cartilage, example, you can tell me? Example of hyaline cartilage. Example, articular cartilage. Articular cartilage. Okay. Now, elastic cartilage. Perichondrium is present. Large chondrocytes are seen. The largest size of chondrocytes. Large chondrocytes seen. And elastic fibers present. Example, pinna. Example is pinna. Cricoid is an example. Yes, articular cartilage, thyroid cartilage, cricoid cartilage. I'll repeat this. So clear? In hyaline cartilage, chondrocytes are found in a group, cell nest. Perichondrium is present, and the matrix is ground glass appearance, hyalos, that's ground glass. And different stages of developing chondrocytes are seen. That's hyaline cartilage. Elastic cartilage, perichondrium is present, large size of chondrocytes are seen, and you have elastic fibers. Example is epiglottis, pinna, epiglottis, pinna. These are example of elastic cartilage. Elastic. Okay. And the third cartilage, one is hyaline, one is elastic. The third cartilage is white fibrocartilage. It's a white fibrocartilage. Okay. Now see this white fibrocartilage. What do we get here in white fibrocartilage? You get chondrocytes, and you get plenty of collagen fibers. You know, where is this white fibrocartilage present? Where there's lot of stress, lot of strain, there we have this white fibrocartilage. So what fibers would be present which would withstand stress and strain? The collagen fibers. So plenty of collagen fibers, and which makes the chondrocytes very small in size, So that's a fibrocartilage. Fibrocartilage. Smallest size of chondrocytes are seen. Smallest size. Chondrocytes. Smallest size of chondrocytes. Hyaline cartilage, example is thyroid cartilage, cricoid cartilage, articular cartilage. Smallest size of chondrocytes. I'll show you. Smallest size of chondrocytes. You get the sides. Where are they present? Where are they present? Collagen fibers. You get the sides. Example, intervertebral disc, articular disc, menisci, intervertebral disc, articular disc, and menisci. Look now, these are the collagen fibers, and these are the chondrocytes. These are the chondrocytes. So chondrocytes are small in size, and plenty of collagen fibers are seen. This all in red is collagen fibers. Plenty of collagen fibers. Chondrocytes are small in size. Example of white fibrocartilage is intervertebral disc, articular disc, and menisci. Yes, answer this. Glenoid labrum. Yes, that's fine. Type of cartilage present in TM joint. Yes, TM joint. It's an articular disc. Articular disc. And articular disc is what type of cartilage? White fibrocartilage, right? So articular disc is an example of white fibrocartilage. It's white fibro. Okay, that's white fibrocartilage. Perichondrium is present. Yes. Clear? See this. Answer this. Articular cartilage is characterized by all except. It is devoid of perichondrium. All except. Yes. Articular cartilage, perichondrium is absent in articular cartilage. It has rich nerve supply. It has rich nerve supply. It lacks the capacity to regenerate. Okay, one moment. What is the answer for this? You tell me. Articular cartilage is characterized by all except. It is avascular. It is avascular and non-nervous. What is the answer for this? Articular cartilage. It is devoid of perichondrium. Yes. It has a rich nerve supply. No, it is non-nervous. It is avascular. Yes. It lacks the capacity to regenerate. Wrong. So answer is A. It is devoid of perichondrium. Yes. Clear? Now, see this now. What is this? Answer this. Yes. See this slide, and if you can tell me what is the slide of? Yes. See this. This is LS. This is LS and this is TS. LS and TS of this is LS and this is TS of skeletal muscle. This is a skeletal muscle. Yes. You can see this lines here. What are these lines? What are these lines? What are these lines? These are the striations. Striations are seen. Articular disc is an example of articular cartilage. Striations are seen. Nucleus is at the periphery. Nucleus is at the periphery. Okay. So this is LS. Striations are seen. Nucleus is at the periphery. Here you can see in TS also nucleus is at the periphery of the muscle. So nucleus is at the periphery. If you compare this, what are these? What is this slide of? This is a slide of, you can see this. You can see this. You can see this. What is this? Intercalated disc. Intercalated disc. So this is a cardiac muscle. Nucleus is in the center. Nucleus is in the center of the cell. Intercalated disc are seen. intercalated disc are seen. So this are example of cardiac muscles. You can see this intercalated disc now I pointed out, and the nucleus is in the center of the cell. Okay, I'll tell you, just wait. Clear to all of you? Yes. And what is this now? What is this slide of? Yes. What is this slide of? This is a slide of a smooth muscle. You can see this smooth muscle. Smooth muscle, spindle shaped. It's fusiform, no? Fusiform. I'll tell you, just wait a minute. Fusiform appearance, spindle shaped, nucleus is in the center, and in TS, different sizes of sections are seen. You understand, different sizes of sections are seen, meaning if I take a section from here, the section would be small. If I take a section from here, a section would be slightly bigger. If I take a section from here, section is very big, and nucleus is seen in that section. So nucleus is not seen in all the sections. Different sizes of sections are seen, and nucleus not present in all the sections. Nucleus not present in all the sections. Clear? Okay, so now see here, in skeletal muscle, it is elongated muscle fibers. The nucleus is at the periphery. In cardiac muscle and in skeletal muscle, striations are seen. In cardiac muscle, what is seen in cardiac muscle? Longitudinal muscle fibers are seen. Nucleus is in center, and third is branching. You get MCQs on this. A slide is given, identify the slide. It comes like this. Okay, branchings are seen in cardiac muscle. They are branched, and that is how the impulse is transmitted faster. Clear? So nucleus is in the center, and intercalated disc is seen, branching is seen. Fine. Smooth muscles are spindle shaped. Nucleus is in the center, and different sections. If you take a section, sections will be of different size, and the nucleus are not present in all the sections. Clear? TS and LS. Yes. Look at this. Look at this once again. This is LS. This is longitudinal section, and this is transverse section. It is very easy. Don't get confused. This is longitudinal section. This is transverse section. Okay, fine. I'm going slow. This is longitudinal section. This is transverse section. Clear? So striations are seen. Nucleus is at the periphery. This is clear. Skeletal muscle. Now see this. This is cardiac muscle. This is LS, and this is TS of a cardiac muscle. LS and TS. So cardiac muscle, longitudinal muscle fibers are seen in LS. Nucleus is in the center. Intercalated disc are seen. And I'll show you just wait, that cartilage. Now I've got a separate thing. I'll show you that later. Just wait. For the cartilage, just see the slides first. I'll show the cartilage topic later. So intercalated disc is seen, and branching is seen, and this is TS. Fine. And look at this. What is this? Smooth muscle. This is LS, and this is TS. Spindle shaped. Nucleus is in the center, and here if you take sections are of different sizes. Look, sections are of different sizes. Now this is a large section, this is a smaller section, this is a smaller section. So sections are of different sizes, and nucleus is not present in all the sections. I'll show you the cartilage, then I'll show you the MCQ. Just wait, just see the slides first. Now you tell me, There are 4 lymphoid tissues. Just listen here. I'll show you the cartilage. Don't go back. Listen here. Now we've got 4 slides of lymphoid tissue: lymph node, spleen, tonsil, and thymus. And in all this lymphoid tissue, we get such rounded. What do you call them as? What do you call this as? Lymphoid follicles. You get this lymphoid follicles: lymph node, spleen, tonsil, and thymus. Just listen. Don't write. In all this lymphoid tissues, we get such lymphoid follicles, except in one lymphoid tissue, lymphoid follicles are absent. Don't write this, just wait. In one lymphoid tissue, lymphoid follicle is absent. Yes, it's the same. Articular cartilage, articular disc is the same. In which lymphoid follicles in which lymphoid tissue are the lymphoid follicles absent? Thymus. Look at this slide. Look at this slide. This is the slide of thymus. Don't write. I'll write this for you later. Just have a look. This is the slide of thymus. In thymus, no lymphoid follicles are seen. Okay. There's a capsule, and from the capsule we get septa, and this septa will divide the thymus into lobules. This is one lobule, this is the second lobule, that's the third lobule. So these are different lobules. Each lobule has got an outer cortex and an inner medulla. Cortex and medulla. And in the medulla you get such rounded. What are these? Hassel's corpuscles. Hassel's corpuscles are found in the medulla. Okay, and Hassel's corpuscles are degenerated epithelial cells. So the moment you see a lymphoid tissue slide and there are no lymphoid follicles, that means it's a slide of thymus. Fine. Now we are able to see lymphoid follicles. So it would either be what? A lymph node, a spleen, or a tonsil. Lymph node, spleen, or tonsil. Fine. Now how do you differentiate? Look at this slide. Now see this. These are the lymphoid follicles. Yeah, these are the lymphoid follicles. So this is either lymph node, spleen, or tonsil. Now how do you differentiate it? Look at this. These are the crypts. Look at these depressions. These are the crypts, tonsillar crypts. So these are the crypts which are characteristics of tonsil. And what is the epithelium? How's the epithelium of tonsil? Epithelium is oral epithelium, that is stratified squamous, non-keratinized. Okay, stratified squamous, non-keratinized, and you get some mucus glands also, not shown in the slide. Mucus glands we get. So that is how you differentiate a tonsil. Fine. What do we get in the spleen? Just listen here. Don't write anything. Just listen. In the spleen, we get such lymphoid follicles. Look at that, lymphoid follicles. And this lymphoid follicle itself constitutes what? The white pulp of the spleen. So white pulp are the lymphoid follicles. These are the lymphoid follicles which constitute the white pulp, and rest everything is blood here, blood vessels and blood. So this is the red pulp. And inside this white pulp, inside this lymphoid follicle, there's an arteriole. Look, there's an arteriole which is pushed to the periphery. It's not in the center, it's pushed to the periphery. And what do we call this as? An eccentric arteriole. So spleen, what do we get? Red pulp and white pulp. White pulp is nothing but the lymphoid follicles, and inside this white pulp we get an arteriole which is pushed to the periphery, an eccentric arteriole. Fine. And last, who's left now? Look at this slide. You have lymphoid follicles here. And what is this? This is a capsule here. Okay, that's a capsule. And just below the capsule there's a space here. Look at this space. And this space is known as the subcapsular sinus. Subcapsular sinus is a characteristic of lymph node. Okay, so you have a capsule. Just below the capsule is a space, that is the subcapsular sinus, and below the subcapsular sinus you get this lymphoid follicles. Okay, now all the afferent lymphatics will bring the lymph in, and in the subcapsular sinuses it will pour the lymph in the subcapsular sinuses. The lymph is filtered in the sinus, and the filtered lymph will be going to the medulla. It will be going to the medulla in this medullary cords. It will go into the medulla, and then it will get out through the efferent lymphatics. It will get out. Following? Understanding? So that's how we distinguish a slide of lymphoid tissue. Okay, now we'll start. lymphoid tissue. Okay. Lymphoid follicles absent, present. Lymphoid follicles are absent. So what is this? Thymus. And this would either be lymph node, spleen, tonsil. Okay, easy way, very easy way to understand this. Articular cartilage is highly, just wait, the cartilage topic I'll tell you again in a different section. So lymphoid tissue, depending upon whether the lymphoid follicles are absent or present. If they are absent, it's thymus. If they are present, it's lymph node, spleen and tonsil. In the thymus, capsule is present. Capsule is present. Septa divides the thymus. Septa divides the thymus into lobules. Septa divides the capsule. I'll tell you, just wait, I'll tell you. Capsule is present. Septa divides the thymus into lobules. Each lobule has cortex and medulla. Medulla contains Hassel's corpuscles. Medulla contains Hassel's corpuscles. And what are Hassel's corpuscles? These are degenerated epithelial cells. Degenerated epithelial cells. Okay, so that's the thymus. You have a capsule. From the capsule we have septa. Septa will divide the thymus into lobules. Each lobule will have an outer cortex and an inner medulla, and in the medulla we have Hassel's corpuscles. And what does Hassel's corpuscle represent? A degenerated epithelial cells. Clear? Following this? Now I'm slow. Okay, fine. So lymphoid follicles are absent. That's thymus. Now lymphoid follicles are present. It would either be lymph node, tonsil or spleen. Lymph node, tonsil or spleen. So now what do we get in the tonsil? Tonsil, crypts. Crypts are present. Epithelium is stratified, squamous. Stratified squamous, non-keratinized. Epithelium is stratified squamous, non-keratinized, and mucus glands is seen. Mucus glands. Okay, so tonsil we get such crypts. You get lymphoid follicles. Lymphoid follicles will not be present in duodenum, no? So you get lymphoid follicles. The moment you get lymphoid follicles, that means it is a lymphoid tissue. Okay, so then you differentiate between tonsil, lymph node and spleen. So crypts are present, epithelium is stratified squamous, non-keratinized, mucus glands are seen. Fine, that's tonsil. Next is spleen. In the spleen, capsule present. Capsule is present, red pill and white pill seen, red pill and white pill seen, and white pill contains eccentric artery. Okay, mucosa associated lymphoid tissue, that is clear. So in spleen you get capsule, you get red pulp and white pulp. There white pulp is nothing but the lymphoid follicle. Lymphoid follicle is nothing but white pulp, and the white pulp contains an arteriole which is pushed to the periphery. What is that known as? Eccentric arteriole. Eccentric arteriole. Okay, that's about the spleen. And the next is, who's left now? Lymph node. Capsule present. Capsule is present. Subcapsular sinus. Subcapsular sinus is a characteristic of lymph node. It's a characteristic of lymph node. On the afferent lymphatics, drain lymph in the space. On the afferent lymphatics will bring the lymph in the space. Lymph is filtered here. Lymph is filtered in the space. Pairs patches, wait, just have patience, just be with me, you'll understand everything. Okay, so that's about the lymph node. Pairs patches also look like lymphoid follicles only, but pairs patches will be seen in ileum, no? Ileum. Tonsils also, capsule is there. Capsule will be there, yes. Okay, clear to all of you? This lymphoid tissues, you will be able to identify this lymphoid tissues. Yes, see, look here once again. The moment you see lymphoid follicles, it's a slide of lymphoid tissue. Okay, if lymphoid follicles are not seen, it's thymus. Thymus, you get capsule, and from the capsule you get septa. Okay, the septa will divide the thymus into lobules. Each lobule will have an outer cortex, inner medulla, and medulla has got what? Hassel's corpuscles. If follicles are present, it would either be what? Lymph node, spleen, or tonsil. Tonsil crypts are seen, and epithelium is stratified squamous, not keratinized. Spleen contains red pulp, white pulp, and arteriole which is pushed to the periphery in white pulp. Okay, and lymph node contains capsule, and the space below it is the subcapsular sinus, which is a characteristic of lymph node. Subcapsular sinus. Space is known as the subcapsular sinus. And lymph is filtered here. Okay, clear to all of you? Right, look once again. Look at the slide. Look at the slide here. Look. So this is the capsule here. Wait, it's not very clear. Okay, here. This is the capsule here, and this is the space below the capsule. That's the subcapsular sinus, and these are the lymphoid follicles here. Okay, lymphoid follicles. This is a thymic lobule. Thymic lobule. This is the outer cortex, and this is the medulla. And medulla contain Hassel's corpuscles. This is the tonsil. You can see this crypts here, crypts, and the epithelium would be stratified squamous, non-keratinized. And the last, this is a spleen, red pulp and white pulp, and white pulp contains an eccentric arteriole, an arteriole which is not in the center, which we call it as eccentric arteriole. Okay, so you get such MCQs like this. Subcapsular sinus is a characteristic of lymph node. Clear to all of you? Okay, so now we'll start with the GIT. What are the layers of GIT? Layers of GIT. Fine. Yes. Mucosa. Mucosa is made up of three types. Yes. Mucosa is made up of one, epithelium, lamina propria, and muscularis mucosa. So what are the layers of GIT? GIT is made up of first mucosa. Mucosa is made up of epithelium, lamina propria, and muscularis mucosa. Second, submucosa. I'll repeat the cartilage. Submucosa, muscularis externa, muscularis externa, inner circular, and outer longitudinal muscles. It's hanging. ये हैंग हो रहा है देखिए जरा हैंग हो रहा है नहीं पता नहीं ये स्क्रीन हैंग हो रहा है ब्लैक हो रहा है okay fine okay fine right fine done. Okay, listen now. So what are the layers of GIT? Okay, mucosa, submucosa, muscularis externa, serosa. So mucosa is made up of what? Three parts: epithelium, lamina propria, muscularis mucosa. The next one is submucosa. The third one is muscularis externa, made up of inner circular and outer longitudinal muscles. Okay, and the last one is serosa. Serosa, it is also known as adventitia. Serosa or adventitia. Okay, I'll start. Now, starting with the first one. Here we are. So these are the layers of GIT. Clear to all of you? Okay, these are the layers of GIT. You must be knowing this layers of GIT. Here we start. What is the slide? Yes, what is this slide? Look, this is so nice. Look, these are the 4 layers of GIT. So this is mucosa, this is submucosa, this is muscularis externa, and this is adventitia in case of esophagus. This is mucosa, this is submucosa, muscularis externa, serosa. This is epithelium, this is the lamina propria, and this is muscularis mucosa. This is a characteristic of GIT, muscularis mucosa. So epithelium, lamina propria, muscularis mucosa. Fine. So what is the epithelium? In the entire GIT, epithelium is columnar, except esophagus. The epithelium, there's a lot of friction in the esophagus. So how is the epithelium here? It is stratified squamous, non-keratinized. Stratified squamous, there's a lot of friction. How do you know this? Look, see this epithelium. It has got multi-layered. That means it is stratified. Many layers. That means it is stratified. And you see the topmost layer. The topmost layer is made up of flat cells. Look at this. Flat cells. Flat nuclei, meaning squamous. So that is how you know it is stratified squamous. And if there's a keratin here, keratin layer, it is keratinized. Here no keratin, so it is stratified squamous non-keratinized. Stratified squamous non-keratinized. Okay. So how is the epithelium of esophagus? Stratified squamous non-keratinized. This is the lamina propria. Lamina propria. Okay, this is lamina propria. This is the muscularis mucosa. Muscularis mucosa. The submucosa. Goblet cells are absent in which part of the GIT? This was an MCQ. Goblet cells are absent. Goblet cells are absent in which part of GIT? But just one moment. Is it fine or is it breaking? Goblet cells are absent in which part of the GIT? Everywhere in GIT goblet cells are present except goblet cells are absent in esophagus. Esophagus goblet cells are absent. Why? You know why? Because where are the goblet cells located? In the walls, in the epithelial walls. No, they are inside the epithelium. Adventitia, I've written adventitia. Your adventitia, no, in esophagus. So goblet cells are present in the epithelial lining, and if you place goblet cells inside the esophagus, there's a lot of friction, and the goblet cell will die. So the goblet cells are absent in esophagus. Okay. So, and that is why the epithelium is stratified squamous and non-keratinized. So to lubricate, you need lubrication, no, because there's a lot of friction. So for lubrication, there are specific glands present here, and these are the submucosal glands. Submucosal glands are characteristic of esophagus. Okay. So I'll make it like this. Look, this 4 layers you know now. 4 layers you know. In case of esophagus, it would be adventitia. Okay. So epithelium is stratified squamous non-keratinized. Stratified squamous non-keratinized. Muscularis mucosa. So this is it. Submucosa contains what? Mucous glands. Mucous glands. Fine, no? And outermost is adventitia. Goblet cells are absent in esophagus. Just remember that was an MCQ. Goblet cells are absent in esophagus. Fine, clear all of you? So that's about esophagus. Right, now going to the next slide. Yo, look at this. This was an AIMS visual slide. Huh? This was an AIMS visual slide. Just one moment. Look how nice. This was an AIMS visual slide. Yo. That's a slide. And tell me now, the layers of GIT that you all know. This is the epithelium. This would be the lamina propria here. What is this line? What is this line here? This is the muscularis mucosa, right? That's the muscularis mucosa. This is submucosa. This is muscularis externa, and this is, and this would be serosa. Now, what is this slide of? Look, you get tall and columnar epithelium here. This is tall and columnar epithelium here. Okay, and you know there are pits here, pits like this. There are gastric pits here, and these gastric pits are less deep. They're not much deep, they're less deep. And this gastric pits contains what? Gastric glands. They contain gastric glands, and this gastric glands contain 2 types of cells. One is the chief cell and one is the parietal cell. So look, this in blue are the chief cells, and the one in red are parietal cells. So chief cells, parietal cells. This looks a very colorful slide, and this is the slide of stomach. Which part of the stomach? Fundus of the stomach. If you compare this, look, the gastric pits are less deep. See, gastric pits are less deep. They're not much deep, and this gastric pits will contain what? Gastric glands. So this is fundus. If you compare this to this slide, look at this slide. Look, the gastric pits are deeper. Like this. They are too deep. They are like this. They are deeper. Okay, and there are glands present here, and these glands do not contain chief cells and parietal cells. And this is a slide of pylorus, stomach pylorus. You understand? Wait, don't write anything. Just listen. So how do you differentiate between a fundus and a pylorus? Okay, clear? Now see, I'll write this down. So, stomach fundus. Epithelium is simple columnar. Rest everything is same, the 4 layers of GIT. Epithelium is simple columnar. Gastric pits are not deep. Gastric pits are not deep. Epithelium is simple columnar. Gastric pits are not deep. Huh? Okay. Gastric glands. Gastric glands contains chief cell. Yes, write this down. And parietal cell. Don't write that. Just write what I am telling you. Chief cell and parietal cells. Gastric gland contains chief cells and parietal cells. Submucosa of esophagus contains glands, submucosal glands. Okay. Fine. So epithelium is simple columnar. Gastric pits are not deep. They are shallow. Gastric glands contains the chief cells and parietal cells. Fine. Chief cells and parietal cells. And what does the chief cell secrete? The chief cells will secrete pepsin and the parietal cells will secrete HCl and intrinsic factor. Just write that down. Chief cells secrete pepsin. Chief cells secrete pepsin. Parietal cells secrete HCl, hydrochloric acid, and intrinsic factor. Clear to all of you? Okay. Coming to the pylorus. Epithelium is simple columnar. Simple columnar. Gastric pits are deeper. Gastric pits are deeper. Pyloric glands does not contain chief cells is blue, basophilic. Chief cells is basophilic. I'll show you. Pyloric gland does not contain chief and parietal cells. Pyloric gland does not contain chief cells and parietal cells. That's pylorus. Yes, yes, same. Yes. Okay, just listen to this. What are extras there? No? I'll put it for you later. Clear? If anything extras come in the papers, I'll put that for you later. Clear? So see, this is the chief cell. This basophilic is the chief cell and eosinophilic is the parietal cell. Clear? Fine. Now come down. So that is gastric fundus, pylorus. Now look at this. What are these finger-like projection? I told you no. We have written no. Chief cells and parietal cells. Chief cells secrete pepsin, parietal cells secrete HCl and intrinsic factor. Inner circular, outer longitudinal. Inner circular, outer longitudinal layer. And there might be an outer circular layer as in esophagus. So inner circular, outer longitudinal. These are generally 2 layers. Okay, come here now. See this. What are these? What are these finger-like projections? Finger-like projections. What are these? These are the villus. And the moment you see villus, what slide is this? This is a slide of small intestine, right? So multiple finger-like projections are seen. This is a villus, right? So villus seen means it's small intestine, right? So what is this line? What is this line? Look at this line. This line is the muscularis mucosa. That's the muscularis mucosa. That's the submucosa. And submucosa contains this glands. What are these glands? These are mucus glands. Mucus glands, and this mucus glands, this is small intestines. In which part of the small intestines do we get this mucus glands? Mucus glands are known as Brunner's glands. This mucus glands are known as Brunner's gland, and this is the duodenum. This is the duodenum. Okay, that's the duodenum. Look at this. So that's the duodenum. Now you get villus here, villus, and villus with this lymphoid follicles you get in the submucosa. Look at this, lymphoid follicles. So what is this? These are the Peyer's patches. So what is this slide of? Ileum. And if we do not get anything specific, if we do not get Brunner's glands, we do not get Peyer's patches, this would be the jejunum. Jejunum. So that's jejunum. Okay, so that's how you distinguish small intestines. Look, it's very simple. Villus present. Villus is present. That's small intestine. Small intestine. Brunner's gland in the submucosa. Brunner's gland in the submucosa. Duodenum. Peyer's patches. That's ileum. You don't have to draw this. You just see the slides. What you're drawing. Don't draw all this. Okay. So that's how you identify the slides. So Brunner's glands in the submucosa, duodenum. Peyer's patches in the submucosa, that's ileum. And no Brunner's glands, no Peyer's patches, nothing specific, that's ileum. The moment you see villus finger-like projections, that's small intestines. Okay, so that's how the GIT is. So you get stratified squamous non-keratinized epithelium, that's esophagus. Then you get columnar epithelium with gastric pits which are deeper. Gastric glands contain chief cells, parietal cells, that's stomach fundus. Gastric pits are less deep in fundus and more deep, and you get pylori glands here, that's stomach pylorus. Then you get villus, that's small intestine. Villus with Brunner's glands, duodenum. Villus with Peyer's patches, ileum, nothing specific, that's jejunum. Okay, and now we come down. Look at this slide. You get large number of, what are these? Empty cells. These are the goblet cells. Plenty of goblet cells. And what is this slide of? This is the slide of large intestine. Large intestine contains plenty of goblet cells. Large intestines. Epithelium is simple columnar. Plenty of goblet cells. So these are the goblet cells. Okay, fine. So simple columnar epithelium and plenty of goblet cells. This is the large intestine. Proceeding down, you see the slide and tell me what is this. Yep. What is this slide of? I'm just helping you to identify the slides, okay? So you get such slides and identify the given slide. What is this? You get this central vein central vein, you get this portal triad. See this portal triad. This is a hepatic lobule, right? So this is liver, no? liver. So the central vein, this is the central vein here, and these are the hepatocytes which are arranged in cords. These are the hepatocytes, and between the hepatocytes we have spaces. What are these spaces? Known as sinusoids. Sinusoids contain cells which are known as Kupffer cells. So central vein, radiating away from the central vein are the hepatocytes. Between the hepatocytes are spaces which are known as sinusoids. The sinusoid contains Kupffer cells. Between the sinusoids and the hepatocytes, you get space. What is that known as? The space of Dissay. Between the hepatocytes and the sinusoids, you get spaces which is known as the space of Dissay. And what is present in the space of Dissay? These hepatocytes have microvilli which will project into this space of Dissay. That's between the hepatocytes and the sinusoids. The microvilli of hepatocytes, and there are some fibers here, reticular fibers. Okay, so that's space of Dissay. So that's about the liver. You can write this: central vein seal, central vein seal, hepatocytes are arranged in cords. Hepatocytes arranged in cords. Sinusoids contains Kupffer cells. Sinusoids contains Kupffer cells. Okay. Between the hepatocytes and the sinusoids lies space of Dissay. Between the hepatocytes and the sinusoids lies the space of Dissay, contains microvilli of hepatocytes, reticular fibers. Contains a microvilli of hepatocytes and reticular fibers. Okay, clear, no? So hepatocytes, and between that is the sinusoids which contain Kupffer cells. Between the hepatocytes and the sinusoid, that's a space of Dissay. And this space of Dissay contains the microvilli of hepatocytes and reticular fibers. Large intestines, there's nothing much. There's nothing much in large intestine. I'll show you, just wait one moment. Done with this liver. So central vein, you've got hepatic lobule. Hepatic lobule contains the central vein. At the periphery, there's portal triad. Radiating from the central vein, look at this, radiating from the central vein, you've got this hepatocytes. In between the hepatocytes, you've got spaces, sinusoids. Sinusoid contains Kupffer cells. Between the sinusoids and the hepatocytes, that's the space of Dissay. Sinusoids are those white spaces that you're seeing, white spaces here. These white spaces that you're seeing here, no, these are the sinusoids. Okay. And what is a portal lobule? What is a portal lobule? Just have a look. Portal lobule is the functional unit of a liver. Functional unit of a liver. That's portal lobule. Look, this is one hepatic lobule. This is another hepatic lobule. This is the third hepatic lobule. This is the central vein. This is the central vein. This is the central vein. You join the central vein of the three hepatic lobules, and this is the portal triad here. This is what we call as a portal lobule. Portal lobule. Portal lobule. Portal lobule. Stellate cells are also there. Yes, stellate cells. Stellate cells are there in space of DC. I didn't tell you that. Reticular fibers, stellate cells, and microvilli of hepatocytes. Yes. Space of DC is not cannot be seen there. I'll show you the space of DC. See, these are the hepatocytes. These are the hepatocytes. That's a central vein. These are the hepatocytes. Okay. This empty spaces are the sinusoids. Sinusoids which are filled with blood here. These are the sinusoids. Now this is the space of DC. Space of DC. Clear to all of you? That's the hepatocytes, these are the sinusoids, and that's the central vein. Okay, clear to all of you? Yes. What is a portal lobule? Portal lobule is the functional unit of a liver. Functional unit of a liver. Portal lobule is the functional unit of a liver. I have written it here, functional unit of a liver. And a single portal vein supplies 3 adjacent hepatic lobules. A single portal vein supplies 3 adjacent hepatic lobules. I'll write it here for you. Functional portal lobule, functional unit of a liver. Single portal vein supplies 3 adjoining hepatic lobules. Hepatic lobules. This is a portal lobule. Portal lobule. We join 3 central veins of 3 hepatic lobules, you get a portal lobule. In that, one portal vein will supply 3 hepatic lobules. It's like that. What happened, Sunny? Fine now? Clear to all of you? Look here once again, fast I'll tell you. You get hepatocytes in liver, you get hepatic lobules. In the center of hepatic lobule is the central vein. Radiating away from the central vein are hepatocytes. In between the hepatocytes are the sinusoids, which are in which lies the Kupffer cells. Between the hepatocytes and the sinusoids, what is that space known as space of Disse? And this space of Disse contains microvilli of hepatocytes, the reticular fibers, and the stellate cells. Clear? Fine. Now what is a portal lobule? You have 3 hepatic lobules and you join the central vein of 3 hepatic lobules. This is what is a portal lobule. This is a functional unit of the liver, portal lobule. In this, one portal vein supplies 3 adjacent hepatic lobules. Hepatocyte is the cell. It's a cell. Fine. Have a look at this now. Sorry. Have a look at this. Fine, that's okay. Clear. Have a look at this. Hepatocyte is the cell. It's not a functional agent. No. Now look at this now. You get this serous acinus here. That's a serous acinus. You get plenty of serous acinus here. One moment. This is a serous acinus. This is a serous acinus. This is a serous acinus. We would, mistake this for a serous salivary gland. Looking at the serous acinus, so we would mistake this for a serous salivary gland. Otherwise, we would normally write this as a serous salivary gland until we find this structures here. What are these? What are these? These are the islets of Langerhans. Islets of Langerhans. Therefore, this is the slide of pancreas. So pancreas is made up of two parts. One is the exocrine part, one is the endocrine part. The exocrine part of the pancreas resembles a serous salivary gland. You know serous salivary gland, you know serous acinus, you know how does the serous acinus looks and all. So that's the exocrine part of the pancreas. And the endocrine part of the pancreas resembles what? Islets are. Endocrine part of the pancreas is made up of what? Islets of Langerhans. Islets of Langerhans. So that's about the pancreas. Look here, pancreas. Exocrine and endocrine. Exocrine. Islets of Langerhans. Clear? So the moment you see a serous salivary gland with islets of Langerhans, that's pancreas. Portal vein. Portal vein supplies 3 adjacent hepatic lobules, not hepatocytes. Portal vein supplies 3 adjacent hepatic lobules. That's portal lobule. It does not differ. Same as exocrine part of the pancreas and parotid looks exactly same. So if that's the slide, we would identify that as a parotid gland, a serous salivary gland. If we just see the exocrine part of pancreas, we would identify it as parotid gland only. But you have to search, and if you get islets of Langerhans in that, that's the endocrine part. So that is pancreas. Clear to all of you now following this? Okay, come down. Here we are. What is this now? What is respiratory epithelium? Just tell me, what is respiratory epithelium? This is how islets of Langerhans look. Dot structures. Islets of Langerhans. Okay, what is respiratory epithelium? Respiratory epithelium. Middle of the triangle is portal vein, yes. Respiratory epithelium is pseudostratified ciliated columnar with goblet cells. Respiratory epithelium is pseudostratified ciliated columnar. Appendix is large intestine, plenty of goblet cells, and you get lymphoid follicles. Plenty of goblet cells. What is that? Large intestine. And in the large intestine, if you see lymphoid follicles, what is that? Appendix. That's it. There's nothing much. So respiratory epithelium is pseudostratified ciliated columnar with goblet cells. Okay, now look here. What do you get in the trachea? One is respiratory epithelium. Mucus glands. You get a plate of hyaline cartilage. And you get a muscle here, trachealis muscle. Okay, so trachea, we get respiratory epithelium, mucus glands, a seal, hyaline cartilage, and trachealis muscle. Right. See the slide and just try to identify this now. Look at this slide. Yeah. Oh, the process once again. Just one moment. See the slide and tell me. What is this epithelium here? This epithelium is pseudostratified ciliated columnar with goblet cells. Here, pseudostratified ciliated columnar with goblet cells. What is this cartilage? This is hyaline cartilage. Hyaline cartilage. What are these glands here? These are the mucus glands. Mucus glands. Okay, and this is the trachealis muscle. Trachealis. Sorry for that. So this is the pseudostratified ciliated columnar epithelium, mucus glands, hyaline cartilage and trachealis muscle. This is a slide of trachea. Hepatic lobule is at hexagon. Hepatic lobule is hexagon with the central vein. That's hepatic lobule. Portal lobule is joining the three central veins. That triangle is portal lobule. Yes, trachealis. Yes, fine, clear. So that's trachealis. So this is a slide of trachea, and now see this. You can take this slide. I'll put the slide later for you again. See, how do you differentiate between a bronchus, bronchial, bronchi, bronchial, terminal bronchial, respiratory bronchial, alveolar ducts, and alveolus? What is the epithelium? What is the epithelium in bronchi, respiratory epithelium? And you get plates of hyaline cartilage, small plates of hyaline cartilage, okay, and smooth muscles. So in bronchi, you get this respiratory epithelium, plates of hyaline cartilage, and smooth muscles. In bronchioles, you get this cuboidal epithelium. Cuboidal epithelium, respiratory epithelium is not same. Cuboidal epithelium, cartilage is gone, cartilage is absent, and you get smooth muscles now. The cartilage becomes small, less, and the smooth muscle starts increasing, right? Terminal and respiratory bronchioles, same ciliated cuboidal epithelium and smooth muscles you get. And alveolar ducts, that's simple cuboidal epithelium, and alveolus will be squamous epithelium. I'll put this table later. You need not write this. Okay, just the differentiating points between. Don't write this down. Bronchus, bronchiole, alveolar ducts, and alveolar sac. Don't write that down. Answer this. Hyaline cartilage of respiratory tree extends till, or you write it down. It's better if you write it. Write it down. Just the main points you write out on that. Respiratory epithelium, irregular plates of hyaline cartilage and smooth muscles. Ciliated cuboidal, cartilage is absent. Ciliated cuboidal, smooth muscles. It is just written there. Okay, be fast. Fine, okay. Now tell me this. Hyaline cartilage of respiratory extends up to. Answer this. Hyaline cartilage of respiratory extends up to. Answer. Hyaline cartilage extends up to. Bronchi. Bronchi, yes, bronchi. Because bronchi, the hyaline cartilage ends, and after this the smooth muscle goes on increasing. Clear, no? Fine. Identify the slide. What is this slide of? If you can just tell me, what is this slide of? Chalo, answer. Be fast. Be fast. What is this slide of? This is a slide of testis. What is this? Seminiferous tubules. Seminiferous tubules are seen. In the seminiferous tubules, you get different stages of developing sperm. Okay, the different stages of developing sperm is seen here. Between the different stages of developing sperm, we have got Sertoli cells. Sertoli cells are supporting cells. And in between the seminiferous tubules, what do we get? We get the cells of Leydig, interstitial cells of Leydig. This is a slide of testis. I'll put the slide later. Testis. You can write this down. Seminiferous tubules. Seen. I'll put the slide later. You just write this down. Seminiferous tubules are seen. Different stages of developing sperm. Different stages of developing sperm. Sertoli cells are seen, and interstitial cells of Leydig. Between the seminiferous tubules. Okay. Fine, that's it. So that's about the testis. So be fast. Seminiferous tubules are seen, different stages of developing sperm, Sertoli cells and interstitial cells of Leydig are seen. Okay, identify this slide. What is this slide of? A small lumen is seen, a small lumen and a thick muscular coat, a thick coat of muscles. This is circular, this is longitudinal muscle, circular muscle, again longitudinal muscle, longitudinal, then circular and again longitudinal. A thick muscular coat is seen, and the epithelium is pseudostratified ciliated columnar, pseudostratified columnar with stereocilia, and this is vast difference. Okay, this is a vast difference. Vast difference. Pseudostratified columnar epithelium with stereocilia, thick muscle coat, thick muscle coat is seen. That's it. Longitudinal, circular and longitudinal muscles. Clear? So that's vast difference. Pseudostratified columnar epithelium with stereocilia and a thick muscular coat is seen. Yep. Tell me now, what is this slide? If you can just tell me what is this slide of? This comes as like this. This was visual slide again. What is this slide of? This is glands. These are glands. This is fibrous tissue, and you get muscles also in between. A fibromuscular glandular organ. What is that? Prostate. It's a fibromuscular glandular organ. This is prostate. You see acinus here, acinus. Okay, prostate. Acini. You know, this acini are folded. What do we call that as? Involutions. Acinus shows involutions. Involutions. Matlab it is folded. Acinus is folded like this. Contains these are prostatic secretions. Okay, you can see this. This is known as corpora amylacea. So as soon as shows involutions like this, corpora amylacea are seen. These are corpora amylacea and fibromuscular stroma. Fibromuscular stroma is seen. Okay, clear? So this is about the prostate. So you have glands here. Glands has acinus. Acinus shows foldings like this. Involutions, corpora amylacea seen, and fibromuscular stroma is seen. So that's about the prostate. Clear to all of you? Answer this now. What is this slide of? What is this slide of? Yeah, this is easy. Come on, faster than me. What is this? Ovary. Ovary contains cortex and medulla. Outer one is cortex, inner one is medulla. Cortex, medulla. Cortex contains follicles in different stages. Follicles in different stages, in different growing stages. Follicles in different growing stages. Medulla contains blood vessels and nerve fibers. Blood vessels and nerve fibers. Okay, so cortex and medulla. Cortex contains follicles and the medulla contains blood vessels and nerve fibers. Tell me this now. Fallopian tube. That's the fallopian tube. Lumen is folded. You can see this folded. I said lumen is thrown into folds, and the epithelium is ciliated columnar. This is very characteristic. Very characteristic. Prostate is fibromuscular glandular organ, and fibromuscular stroma is seen. The glands are the acinus, no? The stroma is fibromuscular. Fibromuscular stroma is seen. That was in prostate. Fibromuscular stroma is seen. Okay. Fallopian tube. Lumen is thrown into folds. It's folded lumen, and the epithelium is ciliated columnar. Ciliated columnar epithelium. Tell me, what is this? This is a slide of uterus. Uterus. This is a proliferative phase. Proliferative phase. Less number of glands. Glands are smaller in size. Cortex is outer one. Cortex of ovary is outside, contains follicles, and medulla is right in the center. Center, it contains blood vessels and nerves. In the center is the medulla. Okay, so uterus, proliferative phase. This is the proliferative phase. Glands are small in size. Large number of smooth muscles. Large number of smooth muscles. Teachers, you got all the slides now. Slides are there on the eMedicos now. Slides are on live on eMedicos. Cortex. In the cortex. Yes. And what is this phase of the uterus? Tell me. Uterus. This is the secretory phase. This you must be knowing, no? Secretory phase. Corkscrew gland. This is the corkscrew appearance of the glands. Hey, urethra nahi hai baba, urethra nahi hai, uterus hai, uterus. Uterus. This is the uterus. Proliferative phase. Proliferative phase, you get small number of glands and large number of muscle fibers. That's the uterus. proliferative phase, and this is the secretory phase of uterus, where the corkscrew appearance of the glands are seen. Corkscrew appearance of the glands are seen. Just one moment, I'll tell you. This is over. General anatomy, only 2-3 topics, just the MCQs I'm telling you, general anatomy. You see who's left here. This is the cortex of the ovary. Outside is the cortex, and in between is the medulla. That's the medulla, and that's the cortex. Okay, wait, I'm finishing this first. See, this now I'm telling you many things, you know, the slides and all generally I don't show. Normally in face to face also. For you people, I've put all the slides, everything I'm showing you. Okay. Otherwise, I just tell the MCQs of histology. Here I'm showing you all the slides, I'm giving you some points also. And then if something is there, I'll put later for you. Okay, if I feel something which has come in the MCQ or anything like that. Clear? So that's cortex medulla, clear to all of you? Okay. Chalo, see this now. See this slide. What is this like? You get MCQ like this. Identify the type of epithelium. You get such MCQs also. Identify the type of epithelium. Yes. See, this is multi-layered, multi-layered, multi-layered. So what is this? Stratified, stratified. And see the topmost layer of the cells. The topmost layer of the cells are umbrella shaped, umbrella shaped, umbrella shaped like this. Such umbrella shaped cells are characteristic of transitional epithelium, and this transitional epithelium can undergo stretch. This umbrella shaped cells, they have got glycogen in them, and they can stretch themselves. Okay, so they have glycogen in them. So transitional epithelium, bladder, mop-up, otherwise I used to give mop-up of histology. Right, I used to put mop-ups of histology. I just used to give only, you know, MCQs because there was no time. So I used to put a mop-up video of histology with all the slides. Now this I'm telling you much in details. So that's bladder. Remember, bladder, transitional epithelium, smooth muscles present. You get MCQs on this transitional epithelium also. Just have a look how the transitional epithelium looks, how the umbrella shaped cells look. So that's about the bladder. Just transitional epithelium and smooth muscles are seen. And look at this. Who's this? Who's this? Yes, who's this? Again, if you see this, no, stratified epithelium, and if you see the topmost cells, this will be not very clear here, but this would be umbrella shaped. So this is definitely transitional epithelium. And see the characteristic lumen. How's that lumen? A star shaped lumen, star shaped. So what is this? Ureter. So that's ureter. Transitional epithelium, star-shaped lumen, so look, you get a circular slide like this. Just one moment, you get a circular slide like this, and if this circular slide shows a star-shaped lumen with transitional epithelium, what is that? Ureter. If this circular slide shows a the lumen is thrown into folds like this, large number of folds. What is that? Fallopian tube. And what is the epithelium there? Ciliated columnar. Okay, understanding this? Right, so transitional epithelium, star-shaped lumen, inner longitudinal, outer circular muscles. Inner longitudinal and outer circular. This is the ureter. and vast difference. One slide is vast difference. Okay, so 3 slides with a lumen. Look once again. You have 3 slides with a lumen. One is vast difference, second is fallopian tube, and third is ureter. Fine. Ureter, beautiful star-shaped lumen. Star-shaped lumen, transitional epithelium, that's ureter. The lumen is folded like this. What's that? Fallopian tube. The lumen is very small and a thick muscular coat. Longitudinal, circular, longitudinal. A thick muscular coat. What is that? Vast difference. Vast difference. That's how you identify the slides. Clear to all of you, no? Yes. What is this slide? Chalo, the answer that we are coming to an end now. What is this now? What is this? These are colloid-filled vesicles. And what is the epithelium here? Cuboidal. Colloid-filled vesicles with cuboidal epithelium. What's that? Thyroid. Colloid-filled vesicles. Cuboidal epithelium. Fine. You must be knowing this thyroid. Clear now? Tell me, what is this slide of? What is this slide of? Capsule is present. These are umbrella shaped cells like this. Umbrella shaped cells. This is glomerulosa. You get such cells in cords like this. Cords. What is this? Fasciculata. And then you get a network here. Network. What is that? Reticularis. Okay. So this is a slide of what? See, this is a very good slide. Here, have a look. So this is the capsule here. Capsule. And here this is the glomerulosa cells. These are umbrella shaped cells like this. This is zona glomerulosa. The cells are arranged in cords like this. Cords. What are these? Fascicles. Zona fasciculata. And the third one, the cell forms a network. What is this? Reticularis. Glomerulosa, fasciculata, reticularis. And then you come to the medulla. Further deep would be the medulla. So GFR, glomerulosa, you must be knowing this, secretes mineralocorticoids. Fasciculata secretes glucocorticoids, and reticularis secretes sex hormones and glucocorticoids. And medulla secretes catecholamines, adrenaline and non-adrenaline, and dopamine. So here, so you have a capsule, umbrella shaped cells, zona glomerulosa, then straight arranged cells, that's fascicles, fasciculata, and the cells form a network, that's reticularis. The cells of zona glomerulosa secretes mineralocorticoids, the cells of zona fasciculata secretes glucocorticoids, and the reticularis secretes sex hormones. And then we come to the medulla. Medulla secretes catecholamines. Okay, just wait, let me finish this. What is this slide of? You tell me, what is this slide of? So now I just had to finish this. So just 1 or 2 more slides, then this will be completed. What is this slide of? Yes, what is this slide of? This is pars anterior, this is pars posterior, and this is pars intermedia. Pars anterior, pars intermedia, and pars posterior. This is the slide of pituitary gland. Pituitary gland. So pars anterior contains acidophils and basophils. Pars anterior contains acidophils and basophils. Pars intermedia contains colloid-filled vesicles similar to thyroid. Okay, like thyroid on this, look at this colloid-filled vesicle similar to thyroid. And pars posterior contains no fibers. So this is pituitary gland. just wait now. These things are very clear. We just have to enter into the pelvis and perineum. After this, then I'll tell you where are we. Wait. So now this is pars anterior, pars intermedia, pars posterior. Pars anterior contains acidophils and basophils. Pars intermedia contains colloid filled vesicles, and pars posterior contains nerve fibers. And just one last slide. Tell me what's this? This was a visual slide which was asked. Pars posterior contains nerve fibers. Pars posterior contains nerve fibers. Shall I answer this? What is this? This was a visual slide which had come. Yes, this is the cerebellum. Cerebellum contains, this is molecular layer, this is Purkinje cell layer, and this is the granular layer. So three layers are seen: molecular, Purkinje cells, Purkinje cell layer, and third is granular layer. Okay, so that's a slide of cerebellum. You can see this flash-shaped cells here. Flash-shaped cells. These are the Purkinje cells. Flash-shaped cells are Purkinje cells. So outer molecular, in the middle one is the Purkinje cell layer, and the third one is granular layer. Just 5-10 minutes more. I'll finish. Then you take a break. So that's about histology. Clear to all of you? Okay, look, all this I've put on the, we'll start with this now. Now listen here, just 5-10 minutes, I will finish this and then you take a break. Okay, then I'll start. We'll start. Tell me now, when a bone is to be formed, that was cerebellum. Okay. Look, that was the slide of cerebellum. Now see, when a bone is to be formed, a model of cartilage is first made. Okay, a model of cartilage is first made, and in this model of cartilage, the bone formation begins. What is this point known as? Just one moment. When a bone is to be formed, a model of cartilage is first made, and in this model of cartilage, at one point the bone formation begins. What is this point known as? This is the primary center of ossification. And the part of the bone which develops from a primary center of ossification is known as diaphysis. Any other center of ossification is known as secondary center of ossification. And the part of the bone which develops from a secondary center of ossification is known as epiphysis. So part of the bone which develops from primary center is diaphysis, and the part which develops from a secondary center is known as epiphysis. You have to know the types of epiphysis. This is what is asked. Okay, starting with types of epiphysis. This is general anatomy. Types of epiphysis. Just some things which are asked. The point where the bone formation begins, that's primary center of ossification. And the part of the bone which develops from a primary center is diaphysis. The part of the bone which develops from primary center is diaphysis. Any other center of ossification is known as secondary center, and the part which grows from a secondary center is epiphysis. I'm telling you the types of epiphysis. Start with this. Start with me. Pressure epiphysis. Now, this pressure epiphysis is seen at the ends of long bones which are subjected to pressure. So, seen at the ends of long bones. Example, all long bones. Example is head of humerus, condyles of tibia, Second, traction epiphysis. Traction epiphysis. And this traction epiphysis is formed due to pull of the muscles. Like all these elevations that you're seeing on the bone, whether it's tubercles or trochanters or mastoid process, or for that matter tibial tuberosity, all these elevations are formed due to pull of the muscles, and such epiphysis are known as traction. Traction meaning pull, formed due to pull of the muscles. Example, tubercles, trochanters, tibial tuberosity, mastoid process. Okay, mastoid process. Fine. This you know. Third is the epiphysis which is functional in lower animals. Functional in lower animals, degenerated in humans. Means it's a separate bone in lower animals, and as evolution has progressed, this bone has got attached to some other bone. Atabastic epiphysis. Functional in lower animals. Functional in lower animals. This is over. Degenerated in humans. Example, prolific process of scapula. And the fourth is an extra epiphysis, an additional epiphysis. Apparent is an extra. It's an additional epiphysis. Example is first metacarpal. First metacarpal bone, there's an additional epiphysis, and this is what we call as an aberrant epiphysis. Aberrant epiphysis. Okay. Joints. Yes, this is general anatomy. This is general anatomy. So these are the types of epiphysis. Second, we get many MCQs on these joints, and some updates are there that I'll tell you. All these updates are put on the club and all, but still I'll tell you. Joints. Fibrous. Cartilaginous. I'll finish this, then you take a break. And synovial. I'll finish this much and then you take a break. Fibrous joints are of three types. One is sutures. Example, skull bones. Aberrant is an extra epiphysis. First metacarpal bone. Aberrant is in the first metacarpal bone. Sutures found in the skull bones. Second, syndesmosis. So fibrous joints are of three types. One is sutures, one is syndesmosis. Example, interosseous membrane between tibia and fibula. Interosseous membrane between tibia and fibula. Betis and ulna. And the third type, kyphosis. Example of aberrant epiphysis is the first metacarpal bone. teeth fitting. Teeth fitting in the socket. Okay, you just type my name now. You just type my name 2019 or 2020. Just type my name. You'll get all my posts. I'll tell you that later. I'll tell you how to search. So sutures, syndesmosis, gomphosis. Cartilaginous joint. Primary. Second. Primary cartilaginous and secondary cartilaginous. Primary cartilage joint is known as synchondrosis. Secondary cartilage joint is known as symphysis. Example: joint between epiphysis and diaphysis. Primary cartilage joint. Secondary cartilage joint. Example: pubic symphysis. So 530 la break the mandibulosternal joint. Intervertebral joint. Aberrant is an extra epiphysis. Just finish this first and I'll tell you. So cartilage joints are primary cartilaginous and secondary cartilaginous. Primary cartilage joints are known as synchondrosis, and this primary cartilage joint fuse after certain years. They fuse, okay. So example is joint between epiphysis and diaphysis. Secondary cartilage joints are known as symphysis. Example is pubic symphysis. The mandibulosternal joint. Mandibulosternal joint. Primary cartilage joint, no, they fuse after certain years. Secondary cartilage joints do not fuse. There is slight movement which is seen there. Intervertebral joints. Synovial joints. Okay, we'll start. I'll tell you that. Sternocostal joints, I'll tell you. Ellipsoidal. Chalo, bolo na. Ellipsoidal joint. Example is ellipsoidal. Wrist joint. Wrist. Synovial joint. Ellipsoidal. Wrist joint. Second. Saddle. Symphysis meant is a primary cartilaginous. Symphysis menta is said to be a primary cartilage joint because symphysis generally joints in the midline are said to be secondary cartilaginous. But what happens is this symphysis menta fuses very early in life, so it's said to be a primary cartilaginous joint. Okay, so saddle joint is the first carpometacarpal joint. First carpometacarpal joint. Sternoclavicular joint. Pivot. Pivot type of synovial joint. Yeah, I'll tell you. Pivot type of. I'm giving you a break, just wait. Let me finish this joints, then we take a break. Superior and inferior radial nerve joints. Atlantoaxial joint. Atlas and axis. Condylar. Ellipsoidal joint is which joint? Metacarpophalangeal joints. Metacarpophalangeal joints are now said to be ellipsoidal. First we used to say condylar, now ellipsoidal more than condylar. Metacarpophalangeal. Condylar joint, example is TM joint. Atlanto-occipital joint. Fifth variety is plain synovial. Plain synovial joints. What are plain synovial joints? Well, you know, the intercarpal joints, intertarsal joints, there's only gliding movement. Only gliding movement takes place here. Intercarpal joint. Acromioclavicular joint. Acromioclavicular joint. Ball and socket. Shoulder joint. Hinge joint is what? Hinge joint. Knee joint is a modified condylar joint. Knee joint is a modified condylar joint. Modified condylar more than hinge joint. I'll show you that. I'll show you the updates. The recent updates which I put on the club, I'll show you that also. I've just taken a screenshot of that. Clear? So these are the joints that you need to know. So this was the update that I put here. This is there on the club, but I've just put this for you. So knee joint we used to say hinge joint, but now it is said to be a modified condylar more than hinge joint. Modified condylar more than hinge joint. I generally put like this and like this, like this, like this. So modified condylar more than hinge. So if both are there, your first answer would be modified condylar. Metacarpophalangeal joints. We used to first say these are condylar, but now it is said ellipsoidal. Ellipsoidal more than condylar. Okay, ellipsoidal more than condylar. Manubrosternal joint. This I've just told you, secondary cartilaginous joint. Okay. Yes. Manubrosternal joint is secondary cartilaginous joint. Xiphisternal joint. Xiphisternal joint, we first used to say it is a primary cartilaginous joint, but now recently it is said to be a secondary cartilaginous. These are some updates that I put on the club also. Secondary cartilaginous. The first chondrosternal junction. You understand? First chondrosternal junction, that's between the costal cartilage and the sternum. The first chondrosternal junction, we used to say it was a primary cartilaginous joint, but now it is said to be a fibrous joint more than primary cartilaginous. Fibrous joint would be your first answer. If not in the option, then primary cartilaginous joint. Okay, first chondrosternal junction. Rest of the chondrosternal junctions are synovial joints. Chondrosternal is between the costal cartilages and the sternum. They are all synovial. The first chondrosternal joint is fibrous more than primary cartilaginous joint. Costochondral junction. Costochondral, you know, the joint between the costal cartilages and the ribs. These are primary cartilaginous joint. Primary cartilaginous. Costovertebral joint, costotransverse joint. These are synovial joints. This all we know. Costovertebral, costotransverse are synovial joint. Costochondral joints. First we used to say synovial. Now it is said to be primary cartilaginous. Costochondral joints are now said to be primary cartilaginous. So this is an update. This is an update. This I put on the club. I'll tell you how to search on the club later. Bridge joint is ellipsoidal. That's ball and socket. Yes. Ball and socket joints. Yes. Clear? Hinge joint is ankle joint, elbow joint. These are hinge joints. The same I've put on the club. Just press some updates, recent updates I put just before the exams. So the same updates I've copied for you. Interphalangeal joints are hinge joint. Interphalangeal joints are hinge joints. If you want, you write it down. You take a break, then we'll continue. Be fresh and calm for the pelvis and the perineum. Okay, that's a very nice topic to understand, and plenty of things to understand and to correlate in the pelvis and perineum. It's very nice to understand pelvis and perineum. Okay. Fine, you take a break, then we'll continue. Costotransverse. Costotransverse is between the ribs and the transverse process. Costotransverse and costovertebral, costotransverse. This all we have written in thorax. We have written all this in thorax. Okay. Yes. 15-20 minutes you take a break. Be fresh and come. 15-20 minutes you take a break. Cartilage, I'll put that cartilage for you later. I'll put that. Fourth is xiphisternal joint. Xiphisternal joint is a secondary cartilaginous joint. Xiphisternal. Class will be till 8:39. Let's see. 8:39. Fine, you take a break. Interphalangeal joints are hinge joints. Starting with the pelvis and the perineum. Okay, just concentrate here. I'll start. Now listen now. Don't sit and talk. Just have a look. Don't sit. Don't type anything. Concentrate. Be clear with your concepts now. You know everything. You know the lower limb, and now this will be easy. I'll start. What is this for the pelvis? This part. This is the pelvic brim or the pelvic inlet, right? This is the pelvic inlet or the pelvic brim. And this pelvic brim divides the pelvis into two parts, a false pelvis and a true pelvis. False pelvis, true pelvis. Now we are concentrating on the true pelvis. We are concentrating now on the true pelvis. Understand now? We draw a line from the pubic symphysis. We draw a line from the pubic symphysis. We go back, we reach the ischial spine. A line drawn from the pubic symphysis on either side reaches the ischial spine. And this is known as the white line of pelvic fascia. This is the white line of pelvic fascia. And this white line gives origin to a muscle, levator ani. Understand one thing again. This is the pelvic inlet. The pelvic inlet divides the pelvis into a false pelvis and a true pelvis. We are now concentrating on the true pelvis. We draw a line from the pubic symphysis and we come to the ischial spine. A line drawn from the pubic symphysis to the ischial spine. This line is known as the white line of pelvic fascia, and this line gives origin to levator ani. Now half muscle comes from this side, half muscle comes from this side, and here it interdigitates. And this is the levator ani. That's the origin of levator ani. This is the white line, and this white line gives origin to levator ani. What is this white line? From the pubic symphysis on either sides to the ischial spine. That's the white line, gives origin to levator ani here. And this levator ani will divide the true pelvis into two parts. One is above the levator ani, this much part above the levator ani. This is what we call as the pelvis proper. and below the levator ani, this part below the levator ani is known as the perineum. Perineum, you understanding? That means that's the levator ani, and above the levator ani, what's this? What's this? Pelvis proper. And below the levator ani, what's that? Perineum. That means this levator ani forms the lower boundary of pelvis proper, and the same levator ani forms the upper boundary of perineum. Perineum, you're clear? So that's about the levator ani. Forms the lower boundary of pelvis proper and the upper boundary of perineum. Okay, you're clear with the what is pelvis proper, what is perineum? Fine. Now just have a look at this slides. Look at the slides. Just get an orientation. Tell me, what is this view? Where are we looking this from? We're looking this from up. And what is this line? Look at this. This is the white line of pelvic fascia. And what is this muscle? This is the levator ani. Levator ani. Okay. So what are we looking into? We are looking into the pelvis proper. Pelvis proper. And if you look from the opposite side, if you look from this side, what are we looking at? This is the perineum. Right now, perineum. So if you look from below, you're looking at the perineum. If you're looking from above, you're looking into the pelvis proper. Following this, that's the white line of pelvic fascia. What is this muscle now? Levator ani. So what is this that we're looking into? Pelvis proper. Pelvis proper. Okay. See this slide. These are very good slides. Just have a look. What is this? What is this now? That's the levator ani. So what is this now? Pelvis proper, and this is the perineum. Who lies in the pelvis proper? Who lies here? The okay, I'll show you one more slide. Look at this. That's the levator ani. This is very good slide. You should clear now. That's the levator ani. So this is the pelvis proper, and this is the perineum. Now who lies in the pelvis proper? The bladder, the uterus, and the rectum. They lie in the pelvis proper. And who's going to pierce the levator ani and go down? The urethra, the vagina, and the anal canal. They therefore lie in perineum. You're following this? Getting this now? Who lies in the pelvis proper? Bladder, uterus, rectum. And who's going to pierce the levator and go down? The urethra, the vagina, and the anal canal. They therefore lie in perineum. They're lying in the perineum. Clear? Now, understand one thing. That's the white line. That's the white line. That's the pelvis proper, and that's the perineum. Now you tell me, any structure, if it has to get out of the pelvis, any structure, if it has to get out of the pelvis, there's only one way to get out, and this is it. What is this now? That's the greater sciatic foramen. This is the greater sciatic foramen, and what is this? Lesser sciatic foramen. And what is this ligament? You remember? This is the sacrotuberous. And what is this? Sacrospinous ligament. You know all these things, no? Yes, we've seen this. Sacrotuberous ligament is a degenerated part of which muscle? Sacrotuberous is a degenerated part of long head of biceps femoris, and sacrospinous is a degenerated part of coccygeus muscle. This I've told you. Okay, so what is this here? What is this known as? This foramen above is the greater sciatic foramen, and this is the lesser sciatic foramen. Okay, now just imagine if any structure is in the pelvis proper, and if it has to get out, there's only one way to get out, and what's this? Greater sciatic foramen. So the structure will get out through the greater sciatic foramen. The structure will get out from here. Where are we? Where are we now? The moment we get out through the greater sciatic foramen, here we are. Where are we? Where are we? What's this? What's this area? Tell me. The moment we get out through the greater sciatic foramen, which area are we into? Yes? The moment we get outside the greater sciatic foramen, what is this region here? What is this region? That's the gluteal region. You're following? The moment any structure gets outside the pelvis, it has to get out through greater sciatic foramen. And when any structure gets out through the greater sciatic foramen, it's right into the gluteal region. Am I clear? It's now in the gluteal region. Now, a structure has come here into the gluteal region. It has got three options now. You know everything, just try to correlate. It has got three options. One. It remains in the gluteal region. Tell me, example. The superior gluteal nerves and vessels, the inferior gluteal nerves and vessels, and what are they going to supply? the muscles in the gluteal region. Okay, they will supply the muscles in the gluteal region. That's one option. The second option, from the gluteal region, the structure goes straight down. The structure goes straight down. Where are we? Where are we again? If we go straight down from the gluteal region, you're right inside the thigh, the posterior compartment of the thigh. And this is exactly what the sciatic nerve does. It goes down into the thigh. You know now how the sciatic nerve goes into the thigh. Or there's one more option. There's one last option. The structure comes out through the greatosciatic foramen. It's in the gluteal region. The structure turns, and now enters the lesser sciatic foramen. Look, the structure has come out from here, and the structure enters the lesser sciatic foramen. And the moment it enters the lesser sciatic foramen, it's right here. It has come inside the perineum. Perineum, you're following this? That means the structure has gone out through the greatosciatic foramen. The structure has come in through the lesser sciatic foramen into the perineum. Okay, the structure, see, if a structure would have to do that, the structure would directly pierce the levator and go down, no? But no, it doesn't do that. Any structure, if it has to get into the perineum, it first has to get outside the pelvis through the greatosciatic foramen. It has to turn and enter the lesser sciatic foramen, and that's how it enters into the perineum. And tell me, how is the structure going to turn on its own? Like suppose if a person is walking like this, how will a person suddenly turn and go in the opposite direction? No, it cannot do like this. It has to have something there. Like, you know, like this is a pole, and the person is very nicely hanging here, and the person turns around the pole like that. That means there must be something around which the structure turns. And what's that? That's the ischial spine. Look at that. That's the ischial spine, and that's the sacrospinous ligament. So the structures would be turning around the ischial spine, and they will be entering into the lesser sciatic foramen. Only then would the structures enter the perineum. Clear to all of you? And who's this? The pin structures. Pin. That's pudendal nerve. I, internal pudendal vessels. N is a nerve to obturator internus. Pin. So this is like this from medial to lateral, P-I-N. So it's medial to lateral. P is pudendal nerve, I is internal pudendal vessels, and nerve N is nerve to obturator internus. These three structures will get out of the pelvis and enter into the perineum through the lesser sciatic foramen. You are following this, all of you? Yes, clear to all of you? Yes. Oh, look at this slide. This is the slide which I had shown you in the morning. Remembering this now once again. Here, that's gluteus maximus, gluteus medius, gluteus minimus. What is this? Pear-shaped muscle. That's piriformis. That's the superior gemellus, obturator internus, inferior gemellus, quadratus femoris. Right? Fine. And who's this? Who's this? And who's he's not drawn one structure in between. So look, what is this? This is the pudendal nerve. That's the, your artery is not drawn, internal pudendal vessels, and that's the nerve to obturator internus. Clear? So they are entering into the lesser sciatic foramen, and they are entering into the perineum. This is clear to all of you? Yes? Yes. Okay. Fine. And now you tell me. Understand, get an orientation to pelvis and perineum. Now you tell me, what is this foramen here? That's an obturator foramen, right? And there was a muscle arising from outside here, from the obturator foramen. What was that structure? A muscle which arises from the obturator foramen. This we have seen. That's the obturator externus. Obturator externus, right? Where was that? Where was obturator externus? Remembering? It was in the medial compartment of the thigh. Once again, obturator externus was in the medial compartment of the thigh. We had cut the pectineus. We opened the pectineus, and the muscle was obturator externus. Medial compartment of the thigh. Okay. Now, there's a muscle which begins from here. What's this muscle? Obturator internus. Obturator internus. Tell me, where have we come across the obturator internus? Yes. We have seen it in the gluteal region. Obturator internus, you remember? Superior gemellus, inferior gemellus. Now, how does this obturator internus get out from here? How does it get out? This obturator internus will get out through lesser sciatic foramen, right? This obturator internus will get out through the lesser sciatic foramen, and look, it has come out through the lesser sciatic foramen here. That's the obturator internus. And as it is coming out, two friends are waiting for it. Two friends are waiting for it. Who's this? This is a muscle which arises from here. What's that? Superior gemellus. A muscle which arises from here. That's the inferior gemellus. And this was a quadrangular muscle here. What was that? Quadratus femoris. And there was a big pear-shaped muscle. Remembering what's that? Piriformis, right? So that was the sequence. Piriformis, the superior gemellus, obturator internus, inferior gemellus, quadratus femoris. Together, this group of muscles were known as what? Pelvifemoral muscles. Yes. And what is the action of all these muscles? They cause lateral rotation. Lateral rotation. Clear with the concept of pelvis and perineum? Okay, what I want you to understand is there are three structures which enter the lesser sciatic foramen. Three structures go in the lesser sciatic foramen, and one structure gets out through the lesser sciatic foramen. Who enters into the lesser sciatic foramen? Pin structures, P-I-N. And who gets out through the lesser sciatic foramen is the tendon of obturator internus. Tendon of obturator internus. Clear to all of you? Yes. So that's a general idea about pelvis, how pelvis is, how perineum is, what is levator ani, where is the pelvis and perineum with respect to levator ani, what is greater sciatic foramen, what is lesser sciatic foramen, and if any structure has to get out of the pelvis, it has to get out through greater sciatic foramen. Okay, clear? So look, once again I'll tell you the sciatic nerve. Sciatic nerve is a branch of what? Sacral plexus. What is the root value of sciatic nerve? L4, 5S. 1, 2, 3. Now this sciatic nerve is formed in the pelvis, right? And this sciatic nerve has to get out. So how does it get out? Through the greater sciatic foramen. And the moment it gets out through the greater sciatic foramen, where is it? In the gluteal region. Am I clear now? Now you're getting an orientation now. It's right in the gluteal region. Where? It comes below that pear-shaped muscle. Below the piriformis. Remember, there's only one structure above the piriformis. Who was that? Only one structure is there above the piriformis. That's the superior gluteal nerve and vessels. Only one structure. Rest everything comes below the piriformis. Look at this nerve. This is the sciatic nerve. So it comes below the piriformis. Then it would lie on what? Now it lies on the superior gemellus, obturator internus, inferior gemellus, quadratus femoris. Gluteal region is over, and now we come down. We are in the thigh, in the posterior compartment of the thigh. The sciatic nerve lies on adductor magnus muscle, right? And now it comes down, and in the popliteal fossa it divides into a tibial and a common peroneal nerve. The tibial nerve from the popliteal fossa goes straight down in the posterior compartment of the leg, and the common peroneal nerve winds around the neck of the fibula and divides into a superficial and a deep peroneal nerve. That's it. Fine, getting an orientation. Okay, so we'll start. Okay, start with me. The levator ani. Following now? Yes. The levator ani arises from white line of pelvic fascia divides the pelvis into pelvis proper and perineum. Divides the pelvis into a pelvis proper and perineum. Pudendal nerve internal pudendal vessels and nerve tube. Obturator internus. Pin. Lead the pelvis through. Lead the pelvis through greater sciatic foramen. Winds around the ischial spine. Winds around the ischial spine and enters. Winds around the ischial spine and enters the perineum through lesser sciatic foramen. Enters the perineum through lesser sciatic foramen. Clear? That's about the pelvis perineum. The tendon of obturator internus leads through lesser sciatic foramen. The tendon of obturator internus leads through the lesser sciatic foramen. Clear to all of you? Okay, so now we start with some organs within the pelvis. Some important MCQs which are asked on these organs. Clear to all of you? We start. Now have a look here. Okay, we'll start. Tell me now, what is the aorta divide? Starting with the blood supply, blood vessels of the pelvis. Okay, we're starting with the blood vessels of the pelvis. What is this now? That's the aorta. Aorta divides at L4. This I've told you, it divides into two common iliacs. The common iliacs at the sacroiliac joint. Sacroiliac joint divides into two. An external iliac and internal iliac. External iliac and internal iliac. Okay. The external iliac goes straight down, goes below the inguinal ligament and continues down as what? Femoral artery. This you know. So external iliac continues down as femoral artery. The internal iliac, what happens to it? Just have a look, one moment. One moment. That's the slide. Have a look here. I'll tell you once again. Aorta divides at what level? L4 into common iliacs. Aorta divides into common iliacs. Here, that's the common iliac. The common iliac at this joint, sacroiliac joint, divides into an external iliac and an internal iliac. The external iliac goes down. What is this now? That's the inguinal ligament. What is the space here? That's the pelvifemoral space. And the external iliac crosses this space, passes through this space and continues as what? Femoral artery. Now what happens to the internal iliac? The internal iliac goes along the greater sciatic notch. Yep. It goes along the greater sciatic notch. And the moment we reach the ischial spine, that's the ischial spine. The moment we reach the ischial spine, we can't go below this. We can't go below this. Why? Because the muscle is right here. What is this muscle? Levator ani. It's like that, levator ani. So the internal iliac goes along the greater sciatic notch, and the moment it reaches the ischial spine, it divides into anterior and posterior divisions. Okay, it divides into an anterior and posterior divisions. Okay. Clear? So aorta divides at L for common iliacs. So common iliacs comes at the sacroiliac joint, divides into an external internal iliac. External iliac continues as femoral. The interiliac goes along the greater sciatic notch, and the moment it reaches the ischial spine, it divides into anterior and posterior division. Okay. Now, one more thing. Just let me finish this, then I will go into the details of the branches. Tell me, what is the length of ureter? The length of ureter, half ureter I told you, 25 centimeters. How many inches is that? 10 inches. What is this part of the ureter coming from above, known as the abdominal part of the ureter? And the abdominal part of the ureter, I told you the relations is related to the transverse processes of the lumbar vertebrae, or a muscle which begins from the transverse process, that's psoas major, and a nerve lying on the psoas, that's the genitofemoral nerve. These were the posterior relations of the abdominal part of the ureter. The ureter now comes down. Here we are. Just have a look. The ureter now comes down, crosses the pelvic brim. Here, it crosses the pelvic brim. It is now known as the pelvic part of the ureter. Understand this pelvic part, abdominal part, you know. The pelvic part of the ureter goes backwards along the greater sciatic notch. Yeah. It goes along the greater sciatic notch. We can't go below this because the levator ana is right here, right? And below the levator ana is what? Perineum. So the ureter goes backwards along the greater sciatic notch. There's already someone here. Who's that? Internal iliac. And the moment it reaches the ischial spine, the ureter turns forwards like this. It actually turns forwards like this, and it goes here and it enters into, what is the organ here? The bladder. That's the course of the ureter. Following this? So ureter goes backwards along the greater sciatic notch. The moment it reaches the ischial spine, turns forwards and now enters into the bladder. Fine. Clear? And as this ureter is going, look at this slide. You cannot appreciate it that well because you're looking from front. That's the abdominal part of the ureter. Yeah? And here it is crossing the pelvic brim. And the moment it crosses the pelvic brim here, it is now known as the pelvic part. The pelvic part first goes backwards. Look at that. Look at that. First goes backwards. Now you can't appreciate it that well. Along the greater sciatic notch. And the moment it reaches here, where are we? Ischial spine. How do we know this is ischial spine? Because the internal iliac has divided here. And the moment we reach here, the ureter actually turns forwards and goes ahead into the bladder. You're following this? So that's the pelvic part of the ureter. Look at this once again. First goes backwards along the greater sciatic notch, turns anteriorly at the ischial spine, and then goes towards the bladder. In females, this ureter, as it is going towards the bladder, in females, there's an organ in between. What's that? The uterus. And as the ureter is going towards the bladder, it is related on either sides to the uterus. Which part of the uterus is the ureter related to? The cervix. But say half of the cervix is within the vagina and half of it is outside the vagina. The one within the vagina is the vaginal part of the cervix, and the other one is known as the supravaginal part of the cervix. And this supravaginal part of the cervix is related to, who's this here? That's the ureter. A very, very important relation. So as the ureter is going forwards, it is related on either sides to the supravaginal part of the cervix. And there's someone very tortuous coming like this and jumps over the ureter and now enters into the broad ligament. It enters into the broad ligament. Following all of you? Now enters into the broad ligament. Okay. Look at this slide. That's the ureter. Goes backwards along the greater sciatic notch. Now goes forwards. Here it goes forwards, and here it is going forwards into the bladder. Crosses the cervix here on either sides. Okay. And what is this artery here? That's a uterine artery which crosses the ureter and enters into this broad ligament. Following me? Understood the course of ureter? Now what I'm telling you is, look at this slide and tell me. Okay, look. So along the greater sciatic notch, these are all very important MCQs. Along the greater sciatic notch, two structures are going. In front is the ureter, behind is the internal iliac. Okay, this is internal iliac behind, and this is the ureter in front. Who's going from above? What is this artery? This is the external iliac artery, external iliac. And there's someone who's going, there's a branch of lumbar plexus. I've told you this. Yes, water under the bridge. There's a branch of lumbar plexus which is coming down, like this, like this, like this, winding around the pelvic walls and getting out through a small opening here. What's that? Obturator nerve. Obturator nerve, you remember the course? Branch of lumbar plexus related to the aloe and then winds around the pelvic walls and gets out through the obturator foramen. That's the obturator nerve here. And look, what I want you to understand is there's someone here. This is what I've been telling you. What's this structure? So I've told you the pelvis. I've given you an orientation to the pelvis. What is this? What is this in violet that I've drawn? What is this in violet that I've drawn? That's the ovary. That's the ovary. And this area is known as the ovarian fossa. This area is known as the ovarian fossa. So what are the boundaries of ovarian fossa? Who's above? Who's this structure? External iliac vessels. Who's above? External iliac vessels. Who's behind? The ureter and the internal iliac vessels. And who's laterally and the floor? The obturator nerve and vessels. That's the ovary and that's the ovarian fossa. And that is why when the ovary is inflamed, where is the pain? Where is the pain referred to? The pain is referred to the medial aspect of the thigh. When the ovary is inflamed, who's irritated? Obturator nerve. And the pain is pain is radiated to the medial aspect of the thigh. Clear to all of you? You got an orientation to pelvis, perineum, the ovarian fossa, the course of the vessels and all. So we'll start now. Starting with internal iliac vessels. Okay, now we start with the pelvis. Important things. Starting with pelvis, internal iliac artery. Okay, internal iliac goes along greater sciatic notch. Should I be faster? Goes along the greater sciatic notch. Divides at the ischial spine. Divides at the ischial spine into anterior division and posterior division. Divides into an anterior and posterior division. Branches of the anterior division. Yes, 1. Superior vesical artery. Superior vesical artery. I want a reference here. Superior vesical artery. I want a reference. Superior vesical, you remember superior vesical artery, we have come somewhere, we have come across somewhere. Superior vesical artery is the superior vesical artery, where was that? It's the non-obliterated part of umbilical artery. You remember fetal circulation we had drawn from the interiliac, we had drawn 2 umbilical arteries which are going up towards the umbilicus. On the way comes the bladder. So from the interiliac to the bladder, that is the superior vesical artery, and from the bladder to the umbilicus, that is the obliterated umbilical artery, and that is what we had called as the medial umbilical ligament. Yes, so that's the superior vesical artery. That's a non-obliterated part of umbilical artery. Next is inferior vesical artery. Branches and all you have to know. Inferior vesical artery supplies the prostrate. Inferior vesical artery supplies the prostrate. So females it will not be there. Females it will be replaced by some other artery. Middle rectal artery. Middle rectal. Chalo, give me a reference to this. Middle rectal artery. Middle rectal artery. Where have I told you this? Middle rectal. You can guess this. Middle rectal artery. Middle rectal artery. Superior vesical artery gives artery to the vas. When have I told you this middle rectal artery? You remember that Sudex point? Sudex point, you remember? Rectosigmoid junction, Sudex point, anastomosis between 2 main arteries. One is the inferior mesenteric artery and the other one is internal iliac. Inferior mesenteric and interiliac. Which branch of inferior, which continuation of inferior mesenteric artery was that? Superior rectal. And which branch of internal iliac was that? Middle rectal. Sudex point. Yes, very good. That was Sudex point. Okay. Next, obturator artery. Obturator artery. Obturator artery is a branch of anterior division of internal iliac. And I told you an accessory abnormal obturator artery in the morning, if you remember. Abnormal obturator artery is a branch of reference. Obturator artery is a branch of anterior division of internal iliac. Accessory obturator artery is a branch of inferior epigastric. Remember lacunar ligament, you remember? Lacunar ligament, abnormal obturator artery, branch of inferior epigastric. Okay, fine. Next, uterine and vaginal artery. Uterine and vaginal artery. Inferior gluteal, internal pudendal. Inferior gluteal, internal pudendal. Inferior gluteal and internal pudendal. Okay, just tell me one thing. This inferior gluteal, internal, and where are we now? We are in the pelvis, right? We are in the pelvis now. Now, this inferior gluteal and internal pudendal artery have to get out of the pelvis. So, how do they get out of the pelvis? Through the great sciatic foramen, right? Then what happens to the inferior gluteal artery? It remains in the gluteal region. What does it supply? Gluteus maximus. What happens to the internal pudendal artery? It winds around the ischial spine and enters the perineum through lesser sciatic foramen. So which is the artery of the perineum? The internal pudendal artery. And which is the nerve of the perineum? The pudendal nerve. Pudendal nerve and the internal pudendal artery. So any nerve, any artery in the perineum has to be a branch of pudendal nerve and internal pudendal artery. Fine. Just remember it like this. It's not difficult. Don't remember mnemonics for everything. Otherwise, no, then you forget the mnemonics on. Just important mnemonics you remember. Now this is easy to understand. Posterior division gives what? One is superior gluteal, lateral sacral, and the third one is iliolumbar. Iliolumbar. I want a reference. Iliolumbar. Iliolumbar. Remembering iliolumbar artery. You remember aorta divides where? L4 vertebrae. L4. Aorta divides. Aorta supplies how many lumbar vertebrae? Only 4 lumbar vertebrae. Through the dorsal branches. It supplies 4 lumbar vertebrae. Which lumbar vertebrae was left? L5. L5 is left. So L5 has to be supplied by someone. Now aorta divides into common iliacs. Common iliacs, no branch, gives external and internal iliac. So internal iliac is now in the pelvis, and this internal iliac gives an artery here, and this artery goes up. And as it is going up from the pelvis, it is related to the ala of the sacrum, and then it goes up, it supplies the ilium and L5 vertebrae, and this is what we call as the iliolumbar artery. Iliolumbar, yes. And this completes my relations of the ala of sacrum as well. Clear now? So what is S? Sympathetic chain. L, lumbosacral trunk. I, iliolumbar artery. O, obturator nerve. So that's the iliolumbar artery. Is this clear to all of you? Yes? Yes. So that's about the internal iliac artery. Now just remember all the branches are very important. And then you can now correlate. I've told you everything. Just try to correlate everything. Pelvis, perineum. Yes. So that would be easy then. Okay. starting with the ureters. Now ureters, I've told you the pelvic part of the ureter, I've told you the abdominal part of the ureter, starting with pelvic part of the ureter, pelvic part. So organs will finish like this, organs of the pelvis, starting with ureters. So abdominal part. Os obturator nerve, no? Os obturator nerve, yes. Os obturator nerve, SLIO. Obturator nerve is related to the allosacrum, no? S is sympathetic chain, L is lumbosacral trunk, L is the I is the iliac lumbar artery, and O is the obturator nerve. Ureters. Abdominal part, you know, will start with the pelvic part. Pelvic part. Pelvic part. Okay, goes backwards. This is very important. Goes backwards along the cretosciatic notch. Goes backwards along the cretosciatic notch. With ureters behind it, with internal iliac vessels, behind it. Yes, only that much. With interiliac vessels behind it. Turns anteriorly at the ischial spine. Turns anteriorly at the ischial spine. Enters a lumbosacral trunk and all. I have told you, no, what is lumbosacral trunk. Enters the supralateral. Read all the notes of trigone of the bladder. Okay. Clear? So goes backwards along the cretosciatic notch with the internal iliac vessels behind it, turns anteriorly at the distal spine and enters the supralateral angle of trigone of the bladder. So that's the pelvic part of the ureter. Then you get MCQs on blood supply of the ureter. Blood supply. Blood supply of the ureter. Now ureter has got a very long course. No, it begins from the pelvis and it enters. It begins from the abdomen and it enters the pelvis. So it has got plenty of blood vessels supplying it. Okay, we'll start. Fine. Blood vessels, blood supply of the ureter at its beginning. At its beginning, renal artery. Second, below it, abdominal aorta. So where the ureter begins from the pelvis of the kidney, who supplies it? Renal artery. Below it, who supplies? Abdominal aorta. Little below it, slightly below it, it is supplied by gonadal artery. You know, gonadal artery is going to cross the ureter. This I have shown you. And where the gonadal artery crosses the ureter, it supplies the ureter. Gonadal artery. Length of the ureter is 25 centimeters. We have written this in ureter last time. We have already written length is 25 centimeters. We've discussed everything now. Trigone of the bladder and all we have discussed now. Wait now. Wait, I'm telling you now. I'm telling you. Renal artery. At its beginning, it is supplied by renal artery. Below it, it's supplied by abdominal aorta. Little below it, it is supplied by gonadal artery. At the pelvic inlet, it is supplied by common iliac or external iliac. Common iliac or external iliac near the base of bladder. We have written ureter length is 25 centimeters, completely retroperitoneal, and then we went for the abdominal part. We've written all these things: 25 centimeters, 10 inches, completely retroperitoneal. Then we discussed the relations of the abdominal part of the ureter. Near the base of bladder, it is supplied by superior vesicle, inferior vesicle. Wait, no, my ureter is not over, just wait, have patience. And middle rectum, same sequence I've given branches of internal iliac, so it's easy to remember. Near the base of the bladder, it is supplied by superior vesicle, inferior vesicle, and middle rectum. So that's the blood supply of ureter. A very important MCQ, blood supply of ureter. Okay, next is the constrictions of ureter. Constrictions of ureter. Okay, look here, constrictions of ureter. Esophagus, I'll tell you the blood flow of esophagus. Wait, I'll tell you that. Huh? Now tell me, from last time you're asking me, I'll tell you the blood supply now. Fine, look here now. Yep. So where the ureter begins, who's going to supply the ureter? The renal artery supplies it. Slightly below it, they have not shown, but it's a direct branch of abdominal aorta. Slightly below it, who's going to supply the ureter? The gonadal artery. That's the gonadal artery who's going to cross the ureter. At the pelvic inlet, okay, yeah, just have a look. So at its beginning, the renal artery supplies the ureter. Below it, who supplies it? Abdominal aorta. Little below it, who supplies? The gonadal artery which crosses it. At the pelvic brim, it's common iliacs or external iliac. And then at the base of the bladder, those three branches of internal iliac will supply it. Okay, so this becomes the blood supply of ureter. Now, what are the constrictions of ureter? Normally, we talk about three constrictions. Anatomically, we say three constrictions of the ureter. This is what we have been saying since a long time. But surgically, they say 5 constrictions. Which is the first constriction? Look, at its beginning, the slide is not that clear. Just wait one moment. Constrictions of the ureter. One is at its beginning, where it begins. Constrictions of the ureter. Pelviureteric junction, right? Pelviureteric junction. Second, where it crosses the pelvic brim, and third, where it enters the bladder. Fine. These are the three constrictions that we normally take. One is pelviureteric junction. Sorry, just one moment. Pelviureteric junction. Second is crossing of pelvic brim, and third is entry into the bladder. Entry into the bladder. Fine. Now, surgically, they say 2 more constrictions. Total 5 constrictions are said. See here. You can just tell me. Who's this? Here, what is this which is crossing the ureter here? Here, have a look at this. This is the vas deferens. Crossing of the vas deferens. Here, this is said to be one constriction of ureter. Just one moment. Crossing by the vas deferens and or passing through the broad ligament. That's said to be one constriction. And last is entry into the trigone of the bladder. Entry into the trigone. Just have a look at this. So this, you can take the slide. Length of the ureter, the diameter is 3 millimeters. The first constriction is the pelviureteric junction. Pelviureteric junction. Second is crossing of pelvic brim. Third is crossing by ductus deferens. The vas deferens in males, or when it passes through the broad ligament of uterus. entry into the bladder, and the last one is entry into the tribome. The narrowest part is where the ureter enters into the bladder. You can write this down if you want. Pelviureteric junction, crossing of the pelvic brim, or crossing by external iliac, entry into the bladder, entry into the tribome. Okay, clear to all of you? And now you tell me, ureter. You remember how's the ureter developed from? Ureter is derived from, quickly if you can answer that. The ureter is derived from what? You don't write this, you know this now. The ureter is derived from what? Just 1 minute. Remembering this pronephros, mesonephros, metanephros? Yeah. Fine, that's okay. Look fast. You remember this pronephros, mesonephros, metanephros? This I've told you already in the development of kidney. And there was a duct here. What was this duct? This was the duct which was draining the pronephros, mesonephros and metanephros. And this duct is the mesonephric duct. Mesonephric duct, yes. Mesonephric duct is opening into the bladder. It opens into the bladder. Slide, I'll show you the slide. Just 1 moment, I'll show you the slide. So this is pronephros, this is mesonephros. Don't write this, and this is metanephros. We have drawn this. Metanephros. Pronephros, mesonephros, metanephros. That's a mesonephric duct which is opening into the bladder. I have not finished the slide. 1 moment. I'll put the slide. Wait. I'll put the slide. Okay, finish this. This is the constriction of ureter. That's a constriction of ureter. The first, pelviureteric junction. Second is crossing of the pelvic brim. Third is crossing by the vas deferens or the broad ligament, entry into the bladder, and the last one is entry into the tribole, opening into the tribole. Okay, finish this first. Done? Okay. Now, how does the ureter develop? Okay, look, this is what I was telling you. First, answer this and don't write anything. This is the pronephros, mesonephros, metanephros. Pronephros, mesonephros, metanephros, and what was this duct? That was the mesonephric duct, and this mesonephric duct was opening into what? Opening into the bladder. That was the bladder. And this mesonephric duct gives a bud here. What was this bud known as? The ureteric bud, right? Ureteric bud. And this ureteric bud grows towards the metanephros, and this ureteric bud gives rise to the collecting part of the kidney. So, no, these are the constrictions, 5 constrictions. So ureter is developed from the ureteric bud, which is derived from mesonephric duct. This you know. That's about the ureter. If you want, you can just write down ureter develops from ureteric bud, which is also known diverticulum. Diameter is 3 millimeters. Electric bulb or metanephric diverticulum given by mesonephric duct. Five constrictions. Yes, you have to answer as 5 constrictions because now surgically they say 5 constrictions. And that's the histology of ureter. I've told you a star-shaped lumen, transitional epithelium, and a muscle coat, inner longitudinal, outer circular muscle coat. Okay, this you know now. Answer it as 5 constrictions. Starting with the next, urinary bladder. Urinary bladder, starting with the urinary bladder. Just listen to this first. Do not write anything. I'll write the important points for you which are asked in the MCQs. Fine, starting with the bladder. Here we are. See this. Wait, man, wait. Starting with this. Answer it as 5 constrictions. 5 constrictions. 5 constrictions of the ureter. Development of ureter is from the mesonephric duct. That's the ureteric bulb. It is also known as metanephric diverticulum. Metanephric diverticulum. Okay, fine. Class will be till let us see 9 o'clock. 8:39, 9. Okay, I'll start. Just concentrate now. Listen here. Now do not type anything. Just concentrate. Starting with the urinary bladder. Here we are. So that's the urinary bladder. Yo. What is this for the bladder? This. What is this part of the bladder known as? Apex. Apex of the bladder. Yo. That's the apex of the bladder. So what's this behind? That's the base of the bladder. This is the apex and that's the base behind. Base of the bladder. Fine. From the apex of the bladder, what is this? What is this? This is the median umbilical ligament. That's the median umbilical ligament. That's the median umbilical ligament, and this is the obliterated urachus. Now listen here, don't sit and type anything, just listen. So from the apex of the bladder, what's that which goes to the umbilicus? That's the median umbilical ligament. And this is the obliterated urachus or allantois. Okay, so that's the apex of the bladder. Between the bladder and the pubic symphysis, that's the pubic symphysis. Between the bladder and the pubic symphysis, there's a space here. Look at this space. What is this space known as? This is known as the retropubic space of Retzius. It is known as retropubic space of Retzius, or it is known as the cave of Retzius. Okay, retropubic space or the cave of Retzius. Where is it? It's behind the pubic symphysis, or it's between the pubic symphysis and the bladder. Between the pubic symphysis and the bladder. Fine. So that's retropubic space of Retzius. Now, come on, yo. This, and what is this retropubic space of Retzius contain? Look, there are small veins around the bladder. There's a plexus of veins around the bladder, and we call this as the vesical venous plexus. Vesical venous plexus. What is present in this retropubic space of Retzius is the vesical venous plexus. And this vesical venous plexus would communicate with the plexus around the prostrate. He is not drawn here. What is this known as? The prostatic venous plexus. This communicates with the dorsal vein of the penis. Dorsal vein of the penis. That means this vesical venous plexus communicates with prostatic venous plexus, communicates with the dorsal vein of the penis, and all this further communicates with vertebral venous plexus. That is Batson's plexus. And this is how CA, cancer of the prostate, spreads to the vertebral column. Right? Just listen here. Don't write anything. Now, that's the base of the bladder. The base of the bladder in males, the base of the bladder in males is separated from the rectum. That's the rectum. The base of the bladder is separated from the rectum in males by, what is this pouch known as? Rectovesical pouch. In the upper part, the base of the bladder is separated from the rectum by the rectovesical pouch. In the lower part, the base of the bladder is related to, just have a look at this. The vas difference, this is a dilatation of the vas. What do you call this dilatation as? Ampulla of the vas, the seminal vesicles and the ejaculatory duct. These are the relations of the base in the lower part. That means the base of the bladder in the upper part is separated from the rectum by rectovesical pouch. In the lower part, the base of the bladder is related to vas difference, the ampulla of the vas, the seminal vesicles and the ejaculatory duct. A very common option given as prostate. Remember, prostate is not related to the base of the bladder. The prostate is related to the neck of the bladder. It is related to the neck and not to the base of the bladder. Clear? So these are the relations of the base in males. In females, don't write anything, just listen. In females, the base of the bladder here, the base of the bladder is related to the vagina, and this is the supravaginal part of the cervix. Look, this much part of the cervix is within the vagina, that's the vaginal part, and this part of the cervix is known as the supravaginal part of the cervix. In females, the base of the bladder is related to the vagina and the supravaginal part of the cervix. And this is what I was telling you. Tell me, who's this? Look, who's this? One will be on this side like this. What's this structure? That's the ureter. And both this ureter, as they're going towards the bladder, they are related to what? The supravaginal part of the cervix. That's a very important MCQ. Clear to all of you? That's about the bladder. Clear? Following this now? Now, if you see the interior of the bladder is folded. The interior of the bladder is folded, except what is this area? Look at this area. This is the trigone, where the mucosa of the bladder is folded. It is folded inside, except at the trigone, the mucosa is very firmly attached. So it is shining. And this is how you distinguish the trigone on a cystoscopy, because it has got a shiny appearance. Otherwise, the mucosa is folded here, except at the trigone, it is firmly attached. Okay, so this is about the bladder, and the bladder is derived from what? Hindgut. This is what I was telling you last time. The bladder is derived from the hindgut. And this part of the bladder, what is this? Trigone, is derived from absorbed mesonephric duct. Bladder is derived from hindgut. Hindgut is what in origin? Endodermal. And the trigone is derived from the absorbed mesonephric duct, which is mesodermal in origin. And that is how we say the trigone is mesodermal in origin. That's everything about the bladder. Okay, understand this now, and we'll start. So these are some things which are asked that you need to know, starting with bladder. Some important things I'll tell you. Zara, again, बोलना. बाजू Retropubic space of red CS. Lies behind the pubic symphysis. Lies behind the pubic symphysis. Lies behind the pubic symphysis, contains vesicle venous plexus. Contains the vesicle venous plexus. Okay, retropubic space of red CS, RETZIUS, lies behind the pubic symphysis, contains vesicle venous plexus. Okay, base of the bladder. In males, base of the bladder in males, separated from the rectum in the upper part, separated from the rectum in the upper part by rectovesical pouch. Separated from the rectum in the upper part by the rectovesical pouch. related to mass difference, ampulla. These are very important MCQs. Ampulla of the vas. Ampulla is a dilatation of the vas. Seminal vesicles and ejaculatory ducts in the lower part. Okay, so in the upper part it is separated from the rectum by rectovesical pouch. In the lower part, related to the vas difference, ampulla of the vas, seminal vesicles and ejaculatory duct. Clear to all of you? Now in females, related to supravaginal part of the cervix and vagina. Related to the supravaginal part of the cervix and the vagina. Okay, clear to all of you? Supravaginal part of the cervix and the vagina. Next point. These are some points, just remember these points. Mucosa. The next pointer. Mucosa of the bladder is folded except at the trigone, it is firmly attached. Mucosa of the bladder is folded except at the trigone, it is firmly attached. The entire bladder is endodermal in origin except trigone, which is mesodermal in origin. Yes. Except the trigone, which is mesodermal in origin. Now supply of the bladder, sympathetics, parasympathetics. Sympathetics and parasympathetics. Sympathetics arise from T10 to L2 segments. T10 to L2 segments of the spinal cord. What do the sympathetics do? The sympathetics will contract the sphincter and relax the muscles, so it will help to fill the bladder. The parasympathetics will arise from S2, 3, 4. And what will the parasympathetics do? They will relax the sphincter, they will contract the muscles, they will help to void the bladder, they empty the bladder. Contracts the sphincter and relaxes the muscles. Contracts the muscles relaxes the sphincter. Clear? So that's about the bladder. Okay, clear to all of you? Starting with the next one, prostrate. Have a look, understand this first, prostrate. So some important points I'm telling you which are asked. Prostate. So what do you say about the prostate? Prostate is having fibrous tissue. Base of the bladder in females is related to the cervix and the supravaginal part of the vagina and the supravaginal part of the cervix. In females it is related to the supravaginal part of the cervix and the vagina. This is what I had written, no? Okay, look, prostate. Prostate. What is prostate? It is having fibrous tissue, it has got muscular tissue, and it has got glands. Those are acinus glands, you remember? And those glands were having infoldings, foldings like this, involutions, foldings. And what was present inside the glands? Corpora amylacea, that is prostatic concretions. So these are the glands, and outside what you have? Fibrous and muscular tissue. So fibromuscular glandular organ is prostate. Fibromuscular glandular organ is prostate. Just one moment. Listen to this first. Okay. Understand this. This is the prostatic urethra, a very important MCQ. Now don't sit and type anything, just listen here. Venous plexus I'll be telling here. I'll be telling here in prostate. Now, listen. This is the prostatic urethra. That venous plexus I am telling you now. This is the prostatic urethra. Prostatic urethra is present at the junction of anterior 1/3 and posterior 2/3 of the gland. It is present at the junction of anterior 1/3 and posterior 2/3 of the gland. Prostatic urethra. It shows a convexity anteriorly and a concavity posteriorly. Look at this. Shows a convexity anteriorly and a concavity posteriorly. Fine. Now the prostatic urethra shows an elevation in the midline. Look at this elevation right from top to bottom, and this is what we call as the urethral crest. Urethral crest. And this urethral crest is due to continuation of the trigonal muscles of the bladder. The trigonal muscles of the bladder, they continue down in the urethra, and that is what we call as urethral crest. Okay, so this was an MCQ. Urethral crest and the prostatic urethra is due to, your answer, the continuation of trigonal muscles of the bladder. In the middle of urethral crest, we get a elevation here. Look at this elevation, and this is known as the colliculus seminalis. Colliculus seminalis, or it is also known as the verumontanum. Verumontanum, and this is caused by the prostate. Verumontanum. Okay. In the center, just listen, I'll be writing this. In the center of this verumontanum, you get the opening of, yeah. That's the opening of, you know, there's a degenerated part within the prostate. There's a small structure which is degenerated inside the prostate. What is this known as? Prostatic utricle. So in the center, it shows the opening of prostatic utricle, and on either sides here, it shows the opening of ejaculatory ducts. Ejaculatory ducts. So in the center is the opening of prostatic utricle, on either sides is the opening of ejaculatory ducts, and you get small openings here. These are the openings of, you know, this prostate has glands here, glands, and these glands have to liberate the secretions, no? So where will the gland liberate the secretions? In the urethra, and this is what we call as prostatic sinuses. Prostatic sinuses. I'll draw this for you. Okay, so that's about the prostate. A very important MCQ is prostate. Starting with prostate. So just the organs, important things I'm telling you. Let's start. Prostate. Fibromusculoglandular organ. It is known as the fibromusculoglandular organs. Now histology, you know, fibromusculoglandular organs. Tell me this, who's this, who's this, and therefore who's this, who's this, who's this, and therefore who's this. Can you guess? Guess, and therefore who's this, and therefore who's this. Sure, yes. Yes, if you can guess this, what I made here is the false capsule. This is the false capsule. This is the true capsule. This is the false capsule, that's the true capsule, and that's the gland. And that's the venous plexus. Identify who's 1 and who's 2. Chalo bolo, who's 1 and who's 2? Yes, one is thyroid, and who's the other one? One is thyroid, who's the other one? Prostate. One is thyroid, one is prostate, right? So who's thyroid and who's prostate? One is prostate and two is thyroid. Very good. So one is prostate, this is prostate, and this is thyroid. This you should know. I'll tell you why. So that's thyroid and that's prostate. Why? Because in prostate, the venous plexus lies between the true and the false capsule. Okay. In prostate, the venous plexus lies between the false and the true capsule, whereas in thyroid, the venous plexus lies deep to the true capsule. They lie deep to the true capsule. Just draw this first. Draw this. Yes. Okay. So in prostate, the venous plexus lies between the false and the true capsule, whereas in thyroid, the venous plexus lies deep to the true capsule. So when we remove the prostate, we take an incision and just remove the gland here. We just remove the prostate gland. We keep the capsules intact to avoid hemorrhage. And how do we remove the thyroid? You remove the thyroid along with the true capsule, right? So thyroid is removed along with the true capsule, whereas when we do a prostatectomy, you keep the capsules intact, take an incision and just remove the gland. Okay, so that's why this is important. Just write down: prostatic venous plexus communicates with vesical venous plexus prostatic venous plexus communicates with the vesical venous plexus, dorsal vein of the penis. Dorsal vein of the penis. This further communicates with vertebral venous plexus. Vertebral venous plexus or Batson's plexus. Batson's plexus. I'm drawing prostatic urethra. I'm drawing prostatic urethra. I'm drawing for you. Okay. Fine. Starting with prostatic urethra. Clear to all of you, no? Prostatic urethra. Okay, we'll start. Prostatic urethra. Present at the junction of anterior 1/3 and posterior 2/3 of the gland. Present at the junction of anterior 1/3 and posterior 2/3 of the gland. Shows convexity anteriorly. Shows a convexity anteriorly. Shows an elevation in the midline. shows an elevation in the midline. That's urethral crest. Continuation of trigonal muscles of the bladder. Continuation of the trigonal muscles of the bladder. Another elevation in the middle of urethral crest. Another elevation in the middle of urethral crest. That's verumontanum, also known as colliculus seminalis. Colliculus seminalis. Okay, so an elevation right from top to bottom. What is that known as? Urethral crest. In the urethral crest, in the middle, there's another elevation that is known as verumontanum or colliculus seminalis. Opening of prostatic utricle in the center and ejaculatory ducts on either sides. Ejaculatory ducts on either sides. Opening of prostatic glands. Opening of prostatic glands, also known as sinuses. Along the posterior wall. Okay, so that's about the prostatic urethra. I'll draw the slide for you. Just have a look, understand this. Okay, so that's about the prostate, that's about the prostatic urethra. Another very important MCQ, this is prostatic urethra. I'll draw this, have a look. Do not draw anything now, just let me finish. I'll give you time to draw. This is the prostatic urethra. An elevation in the midline. What we call this elevation in the midline as urethral crest. And this urethral crest is formed due to continuation of trigonal muscles of the bladder. That's the urethral crest. Another elevation in the middle of urethral crest. What is this known as? Verumontanum or the colliculus seminalis. This is the opening of prostatic utricle in the center, and these are the openings of ejaculatory ducts on either sides. And these are the small openings of prostatic glands along the posterior wall. So that's about the prostatic urethra. You can draw this, label this. Yes. That's it. Opening of prostatic sinuses of gland along the posterior wall. So that's about the prostatic urethra. Okay, so I'm done with the interiliac, I've done with the ureter, I'm done with the bladder, I've done with the prostate. So then we start with the ovary and uterus and ovary. Okay, done. Fine. Now we'll start with the ovary and the uterus. So just one more thing, then that completes our pelvis, and then we go into the perineum. Okay, I'll start. Have a look at this. Ovary. That's the ovary here. Ovary. Now look here, just one moment. That's how the ovary is. Ovary. The ovary has got two poles. One is the upper pole. No, over no. Wait. Class will be till 8:30 or 9. Maximum 9. Class will be till 9. If I finish, I'll finish it early. Okay, look. That's the ovary. Just listen here now. Osteology, upper pole. I'll put important points later for you. Upper pole, this is the lower pole. Upper pole, lower pole. It has an anterior border. It has a posterior border. It has a medial surface and a lateral surface. Okay, now just listen here. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Just listen here. Okay, listen. So, ovary, just listen, wait, let me finish this. Now, this ovary is suspended from the posterior leaflet of the broad ligament. There are two layers of the broad ligament. One is the anterior layer, one is the posterior layer of the broad ligament, and the ovary is attached to the posterior layer, the posterior leaflet of the broad ligament by a fold of peritoneum. What do you call this as? Mesoovarium. Just let me finish this, wait. Mesoovarium. So from the posterior leaflet of the broad ligament, what is this reflection of peritoneum? That's the mesoovarium, and that covers the ovary. So the anterior border of ovary is devoid of peritoneum. Otherwise, the ovary is completely within the peritoneum except anterior border. You're following? Just imagine that's a broad ligament of uterus, anterior border, posterior border. There's a two borders of the broad ligament. From the posterior border, there's a reflection of peritoneum, and then it covers the ovary. So the anterior border of the ovary is not covered by peritoneum. Okay, otherwise the ovary is entirely covered by peritoneum. It has got an upper pole and a lower pole. The upper pole, the lower pole is attached to this corner of the uterus, and the upper pole is attached to the walls of the pelvis. They are attached to the walls of the pelvis. Okay. The medial surface is related to the uterus, and the lateral surface is related to the ovarian fossa. Medial surface is related to the uterus, the lateral surface is related to the ovarian fossa. So that's how the ovary is. So the lower pole is attached to the uterus, the upper pole is attached to the pelvis. This is known as the suspensory ligament of ovary, and this is the ligament of ovary. Ligament of ovary, that's how the ovary is going to be. I'll tell you, don't draw this, don't write anything. Now see here, that's the ovary, and what is this area known as? That's the ovarian fossa. And what are the boundaries of ovarian fossa? Who's above? That's the external iliac. Who's behind? Look, who's this? That's the ureter and internal iliac. And laterally on the floor, what will that be? The obturator nerve and vessels. Okay, so that's external iliac. This is the ureter, and internal iliac is cut here. Internal iliac will be here, and laterally on the floor is obturator nerve and vessels. So this becomes the ovarian fossa. Ovarian fossa. So some points about the ovary and some points about the uterus I'll tell you. You know the prostate, no? The prostatic glands are derived from, are endodermal in origin. Prostatic glands, they are derived from the prostatic urethra. You get small buds, and that is going to form the prostatic the prostatic glands. The fibrous, the muscular tissue is derived from the mesodermal in origin. That's muscular tissue. Okay, I'll tell you how the prostate is developed now. The embryology of the pelvic organs I have to tell you. I'm not told you that. Just wait. I'll tell you that. Just wait. Let me finish the organs, then we start with the embryology. I'll starting with ovary. Embryology of pelvic organs I have to tell you. That mesonephric, paramesonephric duct, they only form that. Okay, the mesonephric duct will form the prostate. We'll see that. Okay, starting with ovary. Ovary, two poles, two borders, two surfaces. Two poles, two borders, and two surfaces. Okay, starting here, just understand this. What is important from the point of MCQs, I'm telling you. Okay, this is what is asked in the MCQs. Upper pole is attached to the pelvic walls. Okay, so the upper pole is attached to the pelvic walls by suspensory ligament of ovary. Upper pole is attached to the lateral pelvic walls by suspensory ligament of ovary or the infundibulopelvic ligaments. Infundibulopelvic ligaments. Lower pole is attached to the cornu. Lower pole is attached to the cornu of the uterus by ligament of ovary. Ligament of ovary, and the other one is suspensory ligament of ovary. Okay. Anterior border is devoid of peritoneum. This is the MCQ. Because the peritoneum, no, if that's the ovary, that's a broad ligament, the peritoneum will come from the broad ligament, and from the anterior border it gets reflected. Okay, it covers the ovary like that. So the anterior border is devoid of peritoneum. Medial surface is related to uterus. Medial surface is related to the fallopian tubes. Lateral surface is related to ovarian fossa. I tell you, ovary suspended from posterior leaflet of broad ligament by mesogyne. Brings into, where does the testis and ovary drain into? Para-aortic lymph nodes. Okay, testis and ovary, they drain into the para-aortic lymph nodes. And the last one is ovarian fossa. Ovarian fossa, what are the boundaries of ovarian fossa? Superiorly, external iliac vessels. External iliac vessels. Posteriorly, ureter and internal iliac vessels, battalion and the floor. Obturator nerve and vessels. This is clear. Posterior border is related to the fallopian tube only. There's nothing specific about the posterior border. That means, look, if that's the ovary, no, the fallopian tube will come like this. It is related to the medial surface. The fallopian tube is related to the superior border, and the superior pole, and the fallopian tube is related to the posterior border. It goes like this, up and back side. If you're looking in a side view, that's the medial surface. The fallopian tube comes like this, is related to the medial surface, is related to the upper pole, and then related to the posterior border like this. So if you want to write it down, the posterior border is related to the fallopian tube. You can just write it down. Posterior border is related to the fallopian tube. Okay. Posterior border is related to fallopian tube. You can add that point. Clear? Done. Posterior border is related to fallopian tube. Just add that point. Okay. So uterus. Just uterus. I'm just telling you the important things. I'm not going to details of uterus. Uterus. See now. Look now. This is broad ligament. Just imagine this is broad ligament. Broad ligament. There are two layers of the broad ligament now, anterior layer and posterior layer. Now that's the ovary. So this broad ligament, this is the anterior border of the ovary, that's the posterior border of the ovary. Anterior, posterior. So the broad ligament will come like this, like this, like this. It will come to the anterior border of the ovary and then get reflected from the ovary like this, like this, like this, and then it will again come to the anterior border and go like this. That means this anterior border is the area where the peritoneum gets reflected, and that's how the anterior border is devoid of peritoneum. Okay, clear? Uterus. Tell me, what is the bending of uterus upon itself known as? Anteflexion. 125 degrees. And what is the bending of uterus on the vagina known as? Anteversion. Anteversion. Fine. Okay. Uterus. Anteflexion. Just one or two points I'll tell you. Anteversion. Anteflexion. Posterior is ureter and internal iliac vessels, right now. Posterior border of ovary is related to fallopian tube. Posterior border of ovary is related to fallopian tube. Posterior border, I have not mentioned anything about ovary. So posterior border of ovary, just write down, in ovary you write down, posterior border is related to the fallopian tube. Okay. Anteflexion, bending of uterus upon itself. It's 125 degree. Anteversion is the bending of uterus on the vagina. 90 degrees. That's 90 degrees. Okay, so anteversion is the bending of uterus upon vagina. That's 90 degree. And anteflexion is the bending of uterus upon itself. That's 125 degrees. You tell me, what is attached to this? What is the junction of fallopian tubes with the uterus known as? The junction of fallopian tubes with the uterus is known as cornu of the uterus. Are you know all these things. Blood supply of the ovary and all, you know. No. Blood supply of the ovary and all, you know. Gonadal artery. You know everything. Just listen to me. We've discussed it somewhere. Okay, gonadal artery, no? Ovarian artery. That's a branch of abdominal aorta. Abdominal aorta. Okay. Now, what is this ligament? You tell me. A ligament which begins from here. Look. A ligament begins from the cornu of the uterus. Now this ligament goes like this, enters into the deep ring, inguinal canal, comes up through the superficial ring, breaks up into slips, and is inserted into the labia majora. What is this? This is the round ligament of the uterus. Clear? So the round ligament of uterus is attached to the cornu of the uterus, and it gets out through the inguinal canal, superficial ring, and it breaks up into slips, and it is attached to labia majora. I'll mention this point here. Then what is important is the lymphatic drainage of the uterus. Okay, this is very important. Just understand this. Lymphatic drainage of the uterus. Have a look. Fundus and the upper part of the body. Fundus and the upper part drains into para-aortic lymph nodes. The middle part of the body drains into external iliac lymph nodes. Okay, you revise, you know everything. You just have to revise it now. I've told you everything. Just have to go and revise. The lower part of the body and the cervix, it drains in all the direction. It drains anteriorly, it drains laterally, and it drains posteriorly. The lower part of the body and the cervix, anteriorly it drains into external iliac, laterally it drains into internal iliac, and posteriorly it drains into the sacral lymph nodes. And the cornu of the uterus drains into what? Cornu. Just one moment, let me finish this. The cornu of the uterus drains into superficial inguinal lymph nodes. This is anteriorly, this is laterally, this is posteriorly. Anteriorly, laterally, posteriorly. Draw this. Support of the uterus you must be knowing now. The broad ligament of the uterus, then the uterosacral ligament, the pubocervical ligament, the lateral, the cardinal ligament or the transverse cervical ligament, and the uterosacral ligaments. All that you must be knowing, so I'm not going to that. The cardinal ligament of the uterus is the transverse cervical ligament. Okay. Pubocervical, uterosacral, transverse cervical ligament, the round ligament of the uterus, and the broad ligament. And the levator ani, they are the supports of the uterus. So fundus and the upper part drains into the para-aortic lymph nodes. The middle part drains into external iliac. The lower part and the cervix drains in all the directions. Anteriorly, external iliac, laterally, internal iliac, posteriorly, sacral lymph nodes. The cornu drains into superficial inguinal lymph nodes. Okay. Done? I'll just name the ligaments if you want. I'll just name the ligaments. Done now, I'll clear this up. I'm not going to details of this. This will be told to you in gynec. Broad ligament, round ligament, pubocervical, transverse cervical, McIntyre's ligament. levator and okay. Clear? So broad ligament, the round ligament, the pubocervical, the uterosacral, the transverse cervical, or the McIntosh ligament, and levator and I've just told you the names, the details will be told in gynecologs. Round ligament of uterus is attached to cornu and labia majora. Attached to the cornu and labia majora. Clear to all of you? Okay. Just one more organ I'll tell you in this. So round ligament of uterus is attached to, at one end it is attached to the cornu, the other end is attached to the labia majora. Okay, fine. Okay, starting with this rectum, just a small last organ left in the pelvis, and then I'll just tell you the derivatives, how they are derived, the pelvic organs. Okay, look here, rectum. I'll just show the slide here. What is the length of rectum? Rectum, 12 centimeters in length. Rectum is 12 centimeters in length. It is known as rectum, rectus, because it is straight, 12 centimeters long. And what are the characteristics of large intestines? What is that known as? This is known as hostrations or sacculations. The longitudinal muscle coat of the large intestines, what is that known as? Tinea coli. And there are fat-filled pouches. What is that known as? Appendix epiploicae. Appendix epiploicae. So three characteristics of large intestines. One. So we are coming to the hindgut now. Yes. Three characteristics of large intestines. One is sacculations. The second one is Tinea coli. And the third one is appendix epiploicae. Fine. So these are the three characteristics. They're absent in rectum. They're all absent in rectum. So where does the rectum begin? At S3. The sigmoid colon becomes the rectum at S3, and the rectum goes anteriorly along the sacral curvature, and just at the tip of the coccyx, it turns backwards. It turns backwards and becomes the anal canal. So okay, so it continues as anal canal 2 to 3 centimeters in front and slightly below the coccyx. So what is the extent of rectum? Begins at S3 and ends in front of the coccyx. That's it. That's the rectum. Clear? Hindgut is this only. So rectum 12 centimeters. Just write this down. Write this down. Just write this down. I'll give you 2 minutes break once I finish. And this we start with the perineum. Just finish this. Length 12 centimeters. Sacculation, appendix epiploicae, and Tinea coli are absent. Begins at S3. Transverse cervical is McIntosh ligament. Okay, it begins at S3 and ends in front of the coccyx, 2 to 3 centimeters in front and below the coccyx. Okay, now this rectum is straight tube rectum. So the feces will just come down. They'll just slide down. So how the feces supported? There are folds inside the rectum. There are longitudinal. There are mucosal folds inside the rectum, and this is what we call as the plica transversalis, or these are known as the horizontal folds in the rectum. Horizontal folds. And out of this, one of them is known as the Houston valve. Houston valve. You're done with this now? I'll tell, just wait. So what is this? This is known as the horizontal folds in the rectum. Horizontal folds in the rectum. Okay. So they will support the feces. Or these are also known as the plica transversalis. Plica transversalis are the horizontal folds in the rectum. So there are 3 horizontal folds. You can write this down. I've just changed this slightly. Just have a look at this. So first is along the left wall, second is along the right and anterior wall, and the third one is along the anterior and left wall. This is left wall. Third is along the left wall. So I've just changed this slightly. If you've got the old notes, just urogenital triangle, just wait, that's in the perineum, we are in the pelvis, just wait. Clear? So the first horizontal fold is along the left wall, the second is anterior and right, and the third is on the left wall. The first is 7.5 centimeters from the anal, 12 to 14 centimeters from the anal canal. The second is 7.5 centimeters from the anal canal, and the third one is just where the rectum becomes the anal canal. Okay, so these are the three horizontal folds. The second one is now known as the valve of Houston. Okay, this is a recent slight change there. First we used to say the third valve, but now it is said the second valve is the valve of Houston. Okay, look here. So rectum is a straight tube and there are horizontal folds like this. This is known as the plica transversalis. The first is on the left wall, the second is anterior and right wall, the third is on the left wall. The first is 12 to 14 centimeters from the anal canal, the second one is 7.5 centimeters from the anal canal, and third is just where the rectum dilates and becomes the anal canal. Okay, so that's the rectum. Clear to all of you? Now understand this part. Done now? I'll clear this up. Okay, listen, don't sit and talk there, just listen to me. Okay, done. Clear to all of you about the rectum, the horizontal folds in the rectum. Okay, now just understand this, understand this slide. This part of the gut you have to understand. Look at this slide. Okay, now just concentrate, this is very important. I'll start. You remember the last part of the gut. What is the last part of the gut known as? Hindgut, hindgut. And you remember a comma-shaped structure like this. What was that known as? Allantois. Allantois. We had drawn it like this. You remember the foregut, midgut, and the hindgut. Foregut, midgut, and the hindgut. And what was this? Comma here, allantois. Allantois. We had drawn it like this. This is a different view. So this is the hindgut. And this is a comma-shaped structure. This is the allantois. Okay, I'm starting here now. Do not sit and discuss anything. Just concentrate. Now, at the junction of allantois with the hindgut, the part of the hindgut below the attachment of allantois, this is what we call as cloaca. Cloaca. Okay, the part of the hindgut below the attachment of allantois is known as cloaca. This is the cloaca. Now, you remember cloacal membrane, and aage, what was in front? What was in front? Buccopharyngeal membrane. And what was behind? Here, what was here? Buccopharyngeal membrane. And what was here? Anal membrane. You remember that, no? And what was the character? What was the most important thing there? The ectoderm and endoderm are fused there, and the mesoderm doesn't enter into it. Okay, here I start. Last part of the gut is known as the hindgut. And there's a small diverticulum. What is this known as? Allantois or the urachus. At the junction of allantois with the gut, the part of the hindgut below the attachment of allantois is known as cloaca. Okay, now at the junction of allantois with the gut, a septum is formed. What is this septum known as? This is what we call as the urorectal septum here. And this urorectal septum divides the cloaca into two parts. This urorectal septum divides the cloaca into two parts, one in front and one behind. The one in front is known as the urogenital sinus. Here, this is known as the urogenital sinus, and the one behind is the rectum and anal canal. Rectum and anal canal. Okay. This is the rectum and anal canal. I'll draw this for you. This is. It takes time to understand this. Be with me and you'll understand it. Just be with me. Once again, look at this. Okay, look at this. I'll draw this. Do not write anything now. Now, that's the hindgut. Look, this is the hindgut here. And what is this comma-shaped structure? Allantois here. That's the allantois. That's the hindgut. Okay. That's the allantois and that's the hindgut. At the junction of allantois, the part of the hindgut below the junction of allantois is known as what? Cloaca. So this is the cloaca. A septum is formed here. What is this septum? Known as the urorectal septum. And this urorectal septum divides the cloaca into one. What is this? This is the urogenital sinus, and this is the rectum and anal canal. Rectum and anal canal. Fine. What was this membrane here? This was the cloacal membrane. Now the cloacal membrane also gets divided into two parts. Just listen to this. One is the urogenital membrane, and this becomes the anal membrane. Urogenital membrane and anal membrane. Now what will form from this urogenital sinus? This urogenital sinus will form the future bladder. This will form the future bladder, and this bladder would communicate with the umbilicus through urachus. Okay, it communicates with the umbilicus through urachus. So that's the bladder. Fine. Now you tell me, what is this part going to form? This part is going to form the rectum and anal canal. Rectum and anal canal. Now see this. This part is going to form the rectum and anal canal. Now I'll start. So this I demarcate this as the rectum. I demarcate this as the rectum, and this as the anal canal. So this is the rectum. The part of the rectum is derived from hindgut, and the part of the rectum is derived from cloaca. Look, this much part of the rectum is derived from hindgut, and this much part of the rectum is derived from cloaca. Just wait and don't write anything. So that's the rectum. A part of the rectum is derived from hindgut, and a part of the rectum is derived from cloaca. And what is that point? I mean, what is that point in the rectum which tells us that this part is derived from the hindgut and this part is derived from the cloaca? What is that in the rectum? This is the Houston valve. I just told you Houston valve is then now said to be the second valve. And here is the Houston valve like this. Okay, this is the Houston valve. So part of the rectum above the Houston valve is derived from hindgut, and the part of the rectum below the Houston valve is derived from cloaca. So rectum is 12 centimeters in length. Okay? So rectum is entirely endodermal in origin. Am I clear? Rectum is endodermal in origin. Just listen here. Listen here first. Now tell me, what is this entire area? This is the anal canal. Okay? Anal canal. Now, anal canal, what is the length of anal canal? 38 millimeters. 38 millimeters or 3.8 centimeters. We divide this into 15, 15 and 8 millimeters. Upper 15, middle 15 and lower 8 millimeters. Okay? Understand this. Upper 15, I'll make it like this. Upper 15 millimeters. This is the middle 15 millimeters and the lower 8 millimeters. Lower 8. Upper 15 millimeters. What do we get? We get such columns here. Just have a look. In the upper 15 millimeters, we get such columns here, and this columns is known as the anal columns. Anal columns. If you join the lower end of the anal columns, we get a wavy line here. What is this line known as? This is what we call as the dentate line. Dentate line. So dentate line. So how much is this? 15 millimeters. Is derived from cloaca. Cloaca. So this is endodermal in origin. Endodermal. Upper 15 millimeters is endodermal in origin. And look at this. The lower 15 and 8 millimeters. What happens is, now who's this? This is the anal membrane. And what is this outside? Ectoderm. Ectoderm. And look what happens now. Look what happens. This anal membrane is going to invaginate inside. Just one moment. This anal membrane will invaginate inside. It will enter inside like this, and this is how we see that the lower part of the anal canal is formed by invagination of ectoderm, and this part is now known as the proctoderm. Proctoderm. That means total length of anal canal is 38 millimeters, out of which we divide it into 15, 15 and 8 millimeters. This 15 millimeters is purely endodermal, derived from cloaca, whereas this 15 and 8 millimeters is derived from invagination of ectoderm, and this is what we call as proctoderm. You following this? This is what we call as the proctoderm. Now in this also, in this Look, in this 15 and 8 millimeters, have a look. This is slightly difficult. Huh? In this 15 and 8 millimeters, upper 15 millimeters, this upper 15 millimeters, this is lined by mucous membrane. This upper 15 millimeters is lined by mucous membrane. I'll make this like this. 15 millimeters is lined by mucous membrane. So the epithelium is mucous membrane. So the epithelium is what? Stratified squamous non-keratinized. Mucous membrane means stratified squamous non-keratinized. And the lower 8 millimeters, this is 8 millimeters. This is, you'll find hair follicles here, hair follicles, and this is lined by skin. This is lined by skin. This 15 millimeters is lined by mucous membrane, and this 8 millimeters is lined by skin. And this line is the line of mucocutaneous junction. One moment. This is the line of, look now, above this is what? Mucous membrane, and below this is skin. And this is the line of mucocutaneous junction, and this is what we call as the white line of Hilton's line. So what does the Hilton's line represent? It represents the mucocutaneous junction of anal canal. Mucocutaneous junction of anal canal. You following this? Are you following this, all of you? Yes? Yes, are you following this? Tell me. Okay, we'll just write this down, then you draw this. So this is about the hindgut part. Okay, and then you draw this. You'll understand. It takes time to understand this topic. Okay, that's fine. Starting with the hindgut. Start with me. You'll understand once we write this down. You'll understand it. Hindgut. Chalo, start. Part of the hindgut. Just be fast. Part of the hindgut. Below the attachment of allantois. Perineum is very nice to understand. The best to understand is perineum. You'll enjoy. So I kept it for the last. Part of the hindgut below the attachment of allantois is known as, understand, right? Cloaca. Urorectal septum divides the cloaca into urogenital sinus anteriorly and rectum and anal canal posteriorly. Okay, clear? So urorectal septum divides the cloaca into a urogenital sinus anteriorly, rectum and anal canal posteriorly. Fine. The cloacal membrane is divided into urogenital membrane anteriorly and anal membrane posteriorly. Anal membrane posteriorly. But I'll tell you. Okay, clear? Now, this much is clear? Now, part of the rectum above the Houston valve derived from hindgut. Below the Houston band, derived from cloaca. This is clear. That means rectum is purely endodermal, derived from hindgut, so it is purely endodermal. Anal canal. centimeters or 38 millimeters. 3.8 centimeters or 38 millimeters. I'll make it very easy for you. Look, divide it into 15 millimeters, 15 millimeters and 8 millimeters. Okay. Now 15 millimeters derived from cloaca, endodermal, endodermal. Anal columns, shows the anal columns, lower end of anal columns is dentate or pectinate line. Lower end of anal columns is dentate or pectinate line. Okay. And now 15 and 8 millimeters derived from invagination of ectoderm. It is known as derived from invagination of ectoderm. Proctoderm. Okay, derived from invagination of ectoderm, also known as proctoderm. Ectodermal in origin. Ectodermal in origin. इसमें 15 millimeters and 8 millimeters. Stratified squamous non-keratinized epithelium. Stratified squamous non-keratinized epithelium, and this is stratified squamous keratinized epithelium. This is skin. This is skin and this is mucous membrane. Right now? Mucocutaneous junction of white line of Hilton. Proctoscope है ना, proctoderm है ना, so proctoscopy it is known as. Proctoderm is proctoscopy. So that's a complete anal canal. You'll understand it. Just see the slide once. Draw the slide. See the slide. You'll understand it. Proctoderm, no? So it is proctoscope. Look. Look here, this is 15 millimeters, 8 millimeters. 15 millimeters is lined by stratified squamous non-keratinized epithelium. This is lined by stratified squamous keratinized epithelium. This is skin, this is mucous membrane. Junction between them, 15 and 8 millimeters, is the mucocutaneous junction or the white line of Hilton. White line of Hilton. Junction between them is the mucocutaneous junction or the white line of Hilton. Clear to all of you? It is nice. You just see the slides. It's very nice. You will enjoy this. Okay, that's about the rectum and anal canal. Just draw the slide. Just draw the slide. Okay, draw the slide and finish this. Hair follicles means I want you to understand it is skin, and so I've drawn hair follicles here for you, hair follicles. So this is skin. Okay, that's it. That's it. Below the Houston, no, this below this line is anal canal. Below this line, this much is rectum. Okay, just one small thing is left. Then you take a break of 2 minutes. Just one small thing is left for me. Clear to all of you? I'll show you the slide. I'll show you this actual slide. It will be very clear then. And once these things are there in your brain, you'll never forget it. I'll show you the actual slide. Ectoderm now, because 15 and 8 millimeters is derived from invagination of ectoderm. No, so that is ectodermal. Anal canal 15 millimeters is endodermal, and the logo 15 and 8 millimeters is ectodermal. Okay, clear? Just see the slide. You're done with this, all of you. Yes, invagination of anal membrane. Yes, it is invagination of anal membrane. Anal membrane is ectoderm, na? Anal membrane outside is ectoderm. It is invagination of anal membrane, and that is what we call as proctoderm. That's why it is proctoderm. Okay, clear? Now just see the slide. One moment, just see the slide. Let me finish this much, and then you take a 2 minutes washroom break. See the slide and just try to understand. Okay, then you take a 2 minutes break. I'll just tell you this mesonephric duct and paramesonephric duct. Look, this is good. Understand the slide. Understand the slide. Anal columns are the columns of Morgagni. Same. Okay, I'll start here. Just let this be clear. 2 minutes. I'll just have some patience. 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. I'll start. Here we are. Don't go, huh? Yes, that's it. Now see you. This is the rectum. Just have a look. This is the rectum here, and this is the anal canal. Okay, just be clear now. That's the rectum and that's the anal canal. Now just try to understand this. So that's the first horizontal fold, that's the second horizontal fold, and that's the third horizontal fold. What is this now? That's the Houston valve. Okay, this is the Houston valve. So what I'm telling you is this much part of the rectum is derived from what? Hindgut. And this much part of the rectum is derived from what? Cloaca. cloaca. Okay, so this is the rectum, a part of the rectum above the Houston valve is derived from hindgut, and the part below it is derived from cloaca. This is clear? Now understand this. Now this is the anal canal. I'll magnify this. Okay, that's good. Now that's the anal canal. This much is the anal canal. How do we divide this into 15 millimeters, 15 millimeters and 8 millimeters? This is the anal canal. This is 15, this is 15 and this is 8 millimeters. Now above 15 millimeters, this you get such columns here. What are these columns? Known as anal columns. And you join the lower end of the anal columns, you get a line here. What is this line? This is the dentate line, dentate or petinate line. Now clear? That means this much 15 millimeters of anal canal is derived from cloaca, that's hindgut. And this 15 and 8 is derived from invagination of ectoderm, like this. This 15 and 8 is derived from invagination of ectoderm, and this is what we call as proctoderm, right? So this much part is ectodermal in origin. Out of this, 15 millimeters is lined by what? Mucous membrane, and you can see hair follicles here. Look at this hair follicles, and this 8 millimeters is lined by what? Skin. And this, look at this line, look at this line, you can see this line. This is the line of mucocutaneous junction, and this is what we call as the white line of Hilton. Clear to all of you? Okay, so that's the white line of Hilton. So that's about the anal canal. You're clear, all of you? Just one last thing in the pelvis, then we go to the perineum. Okay, fine. Just make two columns here, mesonephric duct and perineum is a very small topic. It's a very small topic. You just have to understand it. Okay, just one last thing here. This is the mesonephric duct. This is males and this is female. Start with the first part. Hemorrhoids above the dentate line is insensitive to pain, and below the dentate line is sensitive to pain, right? Now, because above the dentate line the nerve supply is autonomic, and below the dentate line the nerve supply is pudendal nerve, so that is somatic nerve. So below the dentate line it is painful, and above the dentate line it is painless. Okay, great, very nice. Chalo, I'll just finish this, starting with the first one, mesonephric duct. Mesonephric duct. You remember this mesonephric duct or paramesonephric duct? These are all mesodermal in origin. Now, there are two mesonephric ducts and two paramesonephric ducts. Just have a look at this. Two mesonephric and two paramesonephric ducts. Perineum is a very short topic. Just have a look at this. So the major part is over now. Look at the slide and tell me. This is a very important MCQ. Do not write anything, just concentrate. Let this be clear. So this mesonephric duct, paramesonephric duct, the nephrogenic cord and the gonadal ridge, all this is derived from mesoderm. You remember which mesoderm? Intermediate plate mesoderm. Okay, so just have a look at this. Oh, just one moment. It's gone once again. Here we are. Now what is this in blue? This is the paramesonephric duct in blue. And what is this in red? The mesonephric duct. These are the paramesonephric duct and the mesonephric duct. What does a mesonephric duct form in males? You look at this. The mesonephric duct forms the entire genital system of males. The entire genital system of males. I'll write this down and then we see. Cloacal membrane is not endodermal. Cloacal membrane is ectodermal. Cloacal membrane is ectodermal. Inside is endoderm and outside is ectoderm. No, cloacal membrane is fused. No, so inside is endoderm and outside is ectoderm. And this cloacal membrane from outside goes inside. That means the ectoderm goes inside. You understanding? Perineum I have not started. Just wait. Okay, just one moment. Starting with mesonephric duct. Okay, just start with me. Okay, mesonephric duct, common for both males and females. You remember the mesonephric duct was giving a small bud. What was that bud known as? Urethric bud. And this urethric bud forms what? The collecting part of the kidney. Mesonephric duct, you write down, common for both males and females. What does it form? The collecting part of the kidney. Where do we begin from? Minor calyx. This is common for both males and females. Major calyx, minor calyx, major calyx, minor calyx, major calyx, pelvis, ureter, and trigo of the bladder. This is common, no, for both males and females. This is common. So this is common. Mesonephric duct, what does it form in males and females? This is common for both males and females, right? Fine. Now what does the mesonephric duct form in males now? It forms the entire genital system of males except the testes. Testes are derived from gonadal ribs. So what does it form in males? Epididymis. Epididymis, vas deferens, seminal vesicles, and mesoderm of prostate. There's a change there. Last time I've told you this. So epididymis, vas deferens, seminal vesicles, ejaculatory duct, and mesoderm of prostate. You're clear to all of you? Yes. In females, this mesonephric duct disappears off, and it forms the Gardner's duct. Gardner's duct. Okay, it forms a Gardner's duct. Collecting ducts also I've given you, last time. You can add collecting ducts. So this is the mesonephric duct in males and females, right? In females, it degenerates off, it forms the Gardner's duct, starting with paramesonephric duct. Paramesonephric duct. What does it form in males and females? You continue with the same thing in males and females. Yes. Collecting ducts are from mesonephric duct. Collecting ducts are also from mesonephric duct. Collecting ducts. Epididymis, vas deferens, seminal vesicles, ejaculatory duct, and mesoderm of the prostate. Yes. Epididymis, vas deferens, seminal vesicles, ejaculatory duct, and mesoderm of prostate. In females, it forms the Gardner's duct. Paramesonephric duct forms fundus, body, in females, fundus, body, cervix, fundus, body, cervix, fallopian tubes, and upper 1/3 of the vagina. Upper 1/3 of vagina. In males, the paramesonephric duct disappears off. It forms two vestigial structures. One is appendix of testis, and the second one is prostatic utricle. Appendix of testis and prostatic utricle. Yes. Collecting ducts are from urethric bud. collecting ducts are from ureteric bud. I've given you last time. Don't get confused. I've given you last time. Just see that last time I've given you mesonephric tubules. Mesonephric tubules. You remember pronephros, mesonephros, metanephros. Pronephros disappears off. Mesonephros forms small tubules. These are mesonephric tubules. They degenerate off, but they form some vestigial structures. In males, they form paradidymis. Paradidymis, something similar to epididymis but not functional. In females, they form epiphron, paraphron. Epiphron and paraphron. Okay, just write this down. I'll explain this. Next is genital swellings. Genital swellings. In males, it forms a scrotum. In females, it forms a labia majora. Genital swellings. Genital tubercle. In males, it forms the penis. In females, it forms the clitoris. Genital tubercle, genital swellings, and the last one is genital folds. In males, it forms the ventral aspect of penis. In females, it forms labia minora. Labia minora. Just see what I've given you previously. Ureteric bud gives rise to what I've given you previously. Just go through that. Don't get confused. Yes, this is from ureteric bud. Collecting ducts are from ureteric bud. Yes, I've cleared that. Clear. So this is it. This is about the pelvis. Have a look at this slide. Just one moment. Okay, just wait. I'll tell you that. Just wait. Have a look at this slide. Don't get confused. Just see this. This is the genital tubercle. One moment. Here. That's the genital tubercle. This is on mesodermal in origin. Mesodermal. Just see what I've given last time and write accordingly. Just have a look now. This is the genital tubercle, this is the genital swellings, and that's the genital folds. So this is on mesodermal in origin. Genital tubercle, genital swellings, and genital folds. Genital swellings gives rise to penis and clitoris. Genital tubercle gives rise to penis and clitoris. Genital swellings gives rise to the scrotum and labia majora, and genital folds gives rise to the ventral aspect of the penis and labia minora. Okay, just wait for 2 minutes. I'll continue with perineum. Only 2 minutes. I'll continue with perineum. Lower 2/3 of vagina is derived from endoderm. That's endodermal in origin. Upper 2/3 is derived from mesoderm. The lower 2/3 is derived from endoderm. Urogenital sinus. this 5 minute रोक दो, 5 मिनट रोक दो. Okay, you're all here. See, this is what I had written last time. I was just searching that. Secretory part of the kidney is derived from metanephros. I had written this now, and the collecting part of the kidney is derived from ureteric bud. So now we are discussing the mesonephric duct. Now the mesonephric duct gives ureteric bud. It forms the collecting ducts, minor calyx, major calyx, pelvis. So now that we are writing here, we will be writing the collecting ducts also. Collecting ducts. So no confusion, don't get confused. This will be the collecting ducts. Collecting ducts. Okay, so that's clear. No confusion. Huh? So collecting ducts, minor calyx, major calyx, pelvis, ureter, and trigone of the bladder. Okay, fine. Coming to the last part, the perineum. All of you are here? Coming to the last part, the perineum. Now, what are the boundaries of perineum? Starting here, have a look, understand this. What are the boundaries of perineum? Tell me, what is the upper limit of perineum? Levator ani. That's the levator ani. Upper limit of perineum. Starting with perineum, only half hour it will take. Just concentrate here. So, what are the boundaries of perineum? Have a look here. This is the pubic symphysis. Pubic symphysis. That's the istiopubic ramus. Pubic symphysis, istiopubic ramus. Half hour. I'll finish till 9. Just concentrate on perineum is very important. Pubic symphysis. That's the istiopubic ramus. Istiopubic ramus. That's the ischial tuberosity. Ischial tuberosity. This is the sacrotuberous ligament, and that's the coccyx. This is the obturator foramen. Okay, so what are the boundaries of perineum? Pubic symphysis in front, the coccyx behind. On either sides is the ischial tuberosity. Anterolateral is the istiopubic ramus. Posterolateral is the sacrotuberous ligament. So these are the boundaries of perineum. Okay, so these are the boundaries of perineum. This perineum. Okay, now these are the boundaries of perineum. You tell me, what is this view? Where are you looking this from? I draw something for you. This is the femur. This is the leg and the foot. Now tell me, what is this view? Where are you looking this from? Collecting ducts is from ureteric bud, mesonephric duct. Collecting ducts is from mesonephric duct. I have written it here. Tell me, what is this view? Where are we looking this from? We are looking this from below. This is a lithotomy position. Lithotomy position. This is the lithotomy position. Okay. You're looking it from below. So this is the lithotomy position. Right? Yes, this is the lithotomy position. In lithotomy position, this is the view. Fine. So in front is the anteriorly is the pubic symphysis, posteriorly is the coccyx. That's the ischial tuberosity. Ischial tuberosity. This is the istiopubic ramus. This is the istiopubic ramus, and this is the sacrotuberous ligament. Sacrotuberous ligament. Okay, this is the coccyx. So these are the boundaries of perineum. Now this perineum is divided by an imaginary line joining the two ischial tuberosities. A line joining the two ischial tuberosities divides the perineum into two triangles. In this triangle, what do we get? The urethra and the vagina. This triangle is therefore known as the urogenital triangle. Urogenital. And here what do we get? The anal canal. So this is known as the anal triangle. Anal triangle. So urogenital triangle and anal triangle. And what is this in the center of perineum known as? In the center of the perineum, this is what we call as the perineal body. Perineal body. Okay, so just label this. This is the perineum. Just label this. Part of the rectum above the Houston valve is derived from hindgut, and part below it is derived from cloaca. Okay, so these are the boundaries of perineum. A line, an imaginary line joining the two ischial tuberosities divides the perineum into two triangles. Triangle in front is the urogenital, and the triangle behind is the anal triangle. Clear to all of you? Now understand this urogenital triangle. Urogenital triangle. What are the boundaries of this urogenital triangle? Who's this in front? I'll start here now. Just urogenital triangle you have to understand. This is the pubic symphysis. This is the istiopubic ramus. And what's this behind? Imaginary line. So pubic symphysis in front. This is the istiopubic ramus, and that's the imaginary line. So that's the urogenital triangle. In this urogenital triangle, we have three fascias. Okay, I'll start now. Just concentrate. For some time you concentrate. In this urogenital triangle, we have got three fascias. Have a look at this. I'll start. Look what I made for you. These are the three fascias here of this urogenital triangle. I made it like this. This is one fascia. That's the second fascia, and that's the third fascia. This is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. These are the three fascias of the urogenital triangle. And all these three fascias are triangular. You know, where are they attached to? Where is this attached to? Istiopubic ramus. This is attached to the istiopubic ramus, and where is this attached to? The imaginary line. Okay, this is attached to the istiopubic ramus, and this is attached to the imaginary line. These are the three fascias in the urogenital triangle. You just need to understand this. Have a look, understand. Now, what are these three fascias? One, this is what we call as the superior layer of urogenital diaphragm. This one, the superior layer of urogenital diaphragm. The second one, what is this now? This is the inferior layer of urogenital diaphragm. And this is the fascia of perineum. What do you call this fascia as? The Kuhl's fascia. Kuhl's fascia. So three fascia, you're looking at a side view. Look, this is a side view. That's the superior layer, that's the inferior layer, and that's the Kuhl's fascia. Between these three fascias, you get two pouches here. This is known as the deep perineal pouch, and this is known as the superficial perineal pouch. So the deep perineal pouch lies between what and what? The superior layer and the inferior layer of the urogenital diaphragm, and the superficial perineal pouch lies between the inferior layer and the Kuhl's fascia. You get an orientation to this? Yes? Tell me. You're understanding this? So this is the urochannel triangle. It's a very small area, urochannel triangle. Anterior is pubic symphysis, behind is the imaginary line, either sides is the ischiopubic ramus, and we just fit these three fascias in this urochannel triangle. This is the superior layer of urochannel diaphragm, that's the inferior layer, and that's the Colles fascia. Between these three fascias, two pouches, deep and the superficial perineal pouch. Okay, so that's an orientation to the perineum. See if you can understand this. Okay, I got it. Fine. Done. Now we come back. Look at this. I'm starting now. Just have a look. Now, starting with. Now you tell me. You have to see the deep pouch. You have to see the deep pouch. So what do we keep intact here? I keep this intact. What is that? Superior layer. And I reflect this inferior layer. Before that, I'll just make a slide for you. Just have a look at this slide. Look at this slide. It will be clear to you. Understand this now. This is the bladder. And this is the urethra. That's the prostrate. Just understand this. Huh? This is nice. This is the superior layer of urogenital diaphragm. Superior layer of urogenital diaphragm. This is the inferior layer of urogenital diaphragm. Inferior layer. What is this pouch known as? This is the deep perineal pouch. This is the deep perineal pouch. Come down now. Which is the next fascia? The next fascia is the Colles fascia. And this Colles fascia is continuous with the scrotum. It is continuous with the penis, and it is continuous with the fascia of the anterior abdominal wall. What is this fascia of the anterior abdominal wall known as? The Scarpa's fascia. So this Colles fascia is continuous with the scrotum, continuous with the penis, and is continuous with the fascia of the anterior abdominal wall, the Scarpa's fascia. And this pouch is now known as the superficial perineal pouch. So that's the superficial perineal pouch, and that's the deep perineal pouch. Okay, this is what you have to know. You have to understand the pouches here. You have to understand the contents of the pouches. Fine, just draw the slide. Just draw the slide first. This is the sagittal section that you're looking at. Okay, draw this. I'll label this for you. Superior layer of urogenital diaphragm. That's the inferior layer of urogenital diaphragm. It is also known as perineal membrane. Perineal membrane, and this is the Colles fascia. Colles fascia. You're clear to all of you? This is, I'll just label this in a different color. This is the deep perineal pouch. And this is the superficial perineal pouch. Superficial perineal. This is the Scarpa's fascia. This is the external oblique. External oblique. And this is space between them, like this. And this is what we call as the superficial inguinal space. Urogenital diaphragm Urogyral triangle, the triangle is urogyral triangle, but these are the diaphragms in the urogyral triangle. That's the superficial inguinal space. Okay, so that's the slide. Clear to all of you? In this urogyral triangle, you've got three diaphragms like this. It is three fascias which are known as diaphragm. Clear? So the superior layer of urogyral diaphragm, the inferior layer of urogyral diaphragm, and the Colles fascia. So these are the three. That's the superior. You're looking a side view. I've drawn a sagittal section for you. That's the superior layer. That's the inferior layer. That's the Colles fascia. So what is this pouch now? This is the deep perineal pouch, and that's the superficial perineal pouch. This is clear to all of you? Okay, I'm starting now. Just have a look. Concentrate. Now, you have to understand these pouches and the contents of these pouches. Okay, clear? This much is clear, no? Now you have to see the deep pouch, deep pouch. So what do we do? To see the deep pouch, I keep this intact. What is this? Superior layer. And what do I reflect now? What do I reflect? Inferior layer. What is this pouch now? Deep perineal pouch. You have to see the superficial pouch. What do we keep intact? The inferior layer. And what do we reflect now? Colles fascia. Understand now the contents of these pouches. Okay. You're done with the slide. I'm clearing this, all this. So I have to draw this contents here, so I'll clear all this. Fine. Understand now. You just have to understand the slide, that's it. I'll start. Okay, that's good. Now see, we'll start. Understand this. Now, we are seeing the deep pouch. Have a look. We're seeing the deep pouch. To see, that's the pubic symphysis. That's the istiopubic ramus. That's the imaginary line. Okay. What have I taken down here? Look at this. What I've taken down? The inferior layer. And what do we keep intact here? I'll just color this for you so it will be easy to understand. What have we kept intact here? That's the superior layer of urogenital diaphragm. What is this view? This is a lithotomy view. That's the sagittal section. So that's the superior layer. And that's the inferior layer. So this is the deep perineal pouch. Okay. Now just have a look. Don't draw anything. In this deep pouch, do not draw anything now. In this deep pouch, what do we get now? We get this urethra here, and this urethra is surrounded by a muscle here. What is this muscle known as? The sphincter urethrae. Sphincter urethrae. And there's a muscle which begins from the ischial tuberosity and it is inserted into the perineal body in the center. A muscle which begins from the ischial tuberosity and is inserted into the perineal body. In a lithotomy view, we'll see this like this. In a section, we would see this like this. And this is what we call as the deep transverse perineum. Deep transverse perineum. So what are the contents of this? What are the contents of the deep perineal pouch? One is the sphincter urethrae. I'll just put this number here, sphincter urethrae. Second one is the deep transverse perineum. Okay, so that's the sphincter urethrae. This is the deep transverse perineum. Now in males, we get two glands here. What are these glands found in males known as? These are the bulbourethral glands, or these are the Copper's gland. Bulbourethral glands, or these are the Copper's glands. Copper's glands. So I put this as number 3, right? Fine. Okay, starting with this. Starting with deep perineal pouch. Just write this down before you draw this. Starting with a deep perineal pouch. PP's perineal pouch, deep perineal pouch, contains 1. Sphincter urethrae. Sphincter urethrae. Second is the deep transverse perineum. This is a muscle, deep transverse perineum. Now, in males, number 3 is bulbourethral glands, also known as Copper's glands. Bulbourethral glands or Copper's glands. So I've just put these numbers here for you so it will be clear to remember. 1 is sphincter urethrae, 2 is the deep transverse perineum, and 3 is the it's in males only, third will be in males, and this will be bulbourethral or Copper's glands. Okay, so this is the deep perineal pouch. Understanding this now? Now coming to the next pouch, that would be the superficial perineal pouch. Understand this now. A slightly complicated pouch, superficial perineal pouch. You're clear with this? I'll clear this now. Superficial perineal pouch I'm drawing here for you. So contents of the deep perineal pouch are sphincter urethrae, deep transverse perineum, and in males we get these glands which are known as Copper's glands. Now coming down to the superficial perineal pouch, I'll just make this here. This is the pubic symphysis, that's the istiopubic ramus. This is the imaginary line. And look now, what have we reflected down? What is this that we've taken down? We're seeing the superficial pouch. So what have we taken down? Colles fascia. And what have we kept intact here? What is this that I've kept intact here? This is the inferior layer of urogyral diaphragm. Inferior layer. And what have we reflected now? Colles fascia. Okay, just see this now. Just understand this last part. In this pouch, we get, again, look who's this. This is the urethra here, and this urethra is surrounded by a muscle here. What is this muscle? This muscle is not sphincter urethra. Sphincter urethra is in the deep pouch. Now we are in the superficial pouch. In the superficial pouch, a muscle is going to surround the urethra, and this is the bulbospongiosus. This is the istiopubic ramus. You tell me, how is the istiopubic ramus in males and how is it in females? In males it is everted, and in females it's less everted. Anyway, in both males and females there's a muscle which begins from here, named the istiocavernosus. So what begins here is istiocavernosus. What is surrounding the urethra here is bulbospongiosus. And this muscle, this is the superficial transverse perineum. Just have a look, understand this first. Now look, look, 2 minutes, just concentrate. Now, we open this, we are in the superficial perineal pouch. Here, what do we see here? That's the urethra coming in this pouch. And how is the urethra come in this pouch? After piercing the inferior layer of urogyral diaphragm, the urethra is come in the superficial pouch, and the urethra is surrounded by a muscle here. Don't draw anything, listen. The urethra is surrounded by a muscle here. What's that? Bulbospongiosus. These two muscles are waiting here. What are these two muscles? Istiocavernosus. And the moment the bulbospongiosus surrounds the urethra, the two istiocavernosus will go and join the bulbospongiosus. And together these three are going to form what? What is this? What is the istiocavernosus and bulbospongiosus forms? The penis or the clitoris. That means, where is the penis or the clitoris? Formed in the superficial perineal pouch. Getting this? Are you following this? The penis and the clitoris is formed in the superficial perineal pouch. Look here once again. Who's coming in the superficial pouch? Urethra. What is the urethra surrounded by? Bulbospongiosus. And this two istiocavernosus, which begins from the istiopubic ramus, goes and joins the bulbospongiosus. Together, these three are going to form the penis or the clitoris. That means, where is the penis or clitoris formed? In the superficial perineal pouch. And that is why this urethra, the moment the urethra comes in the superficial perineal pouch, the urethra is right in the penis, and this urethra is therefore known as the penile urethra. Is this clear to all of you? So the moment the urethra comes in the superficial pouch, who's surrounding it? Bulbospongiosus. The two istiocavernosus go and join it, and that's how the urethra is right inside the penis, and this urethra is therefore known as the penile urethra. What is this urethra? In the deep perineal pouch. In the deep perineal pouch, this urethra is known as the membranous urethra. And what is this urethra? This is the prostatic urethra. You understanding the three parts of the male urethra? Prostatic urethra, membranous urethra, and penile urethra. Okay. So clear? So now you tell me, what are the contents of superficial perineal pouch? Starting with superficial perineal pouch. Superficial perineal pouch. You'll understand the moment you see the slides now, it will be clear. This I put as number 4, this I put as number 5, and this I put as number 6. So this I put as number 6 and this I put as number 5. Okay, superficial perineal pouch. Histocavernosus, bulbospongosus, superficial transverse perineum. Superficial transverse perineum. Now, in females, we get glands here. I'll put this as number 7. In females, we get 2 glands here. And what are these glands in females known as? Greater vestibular glands. Greater vestibular glands or Bartholin's glands. Bartholin's glands. Is this clear? So greater vestibular glands or Bartholin glands, these are present in superficial perineal pouch. I'll finish this, just wait, concentrate, only a small part is left. So contents of the superficial perineal pouch: histocavernosus, bulbospongosus, the superficial transverse perineum. In females, we get this Bartholin's glands or the greater vestibular glands. Is this clear to all of you? Understood? See the slides, it will be clear. Penile urethra. Penile urethra is known as bulbar urethra or spongy urethra. Same है. Penile urethra, bulbar urethra, spongy urethra. These are present in the superficial pouch. Are you clear? I'll just write that for you. Just see the slides here. See the slides. Done? Okay, have a look at this slide. Just one moment. See the slide, be clear, and then you draw if anything is left. Class till 9 o'clock I'll finish. Just wait now. I'll finish now. A very less small part is left. Look at this slide. So we'll start. Have a look at this slide and tell me where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Just one moment and let this get cleared. Okay, there's a small part left. I'm done now. I'll show you that. Just one moment. See the slide, it will be very clear. Okay, I'll start. Tell me, what is this pouch? Chalo, start. What is this pouch? This is the superficial perineal pouch, right? This is the superficial perineal pouch. Just look at the slide, everything will be clear. Identify this muscle now. This is the histocavernosus. What is this? Bulbospongosus. And what is this? This is the superficial transverse perineum. You're following this? That's the superficial perineal pouch. That's the superficial perineal pouch. This is the superficial perineal pouch. What is this muscle here? This is the histocavernosus. What's that? Bulbospongosus. And this is the superficial transverse perineum. Tell me, what have we removed from here to see this pouch? What have we removed from here? We have removed the Colles fascia. We've removed the Colles fascia, and that is what we see this pouch. This is the superficial perineal pouch in males. Now just tell me, in females, here, identify the superficial perineal pouch. What is this? Histocavernosus. The one which surrounds the vagina. What is this muscle? The bulbospongosus. The bulbospongosus. And what is this? This is the superficial transverse perineum. What are these glands here? These are the Bartholin's glands. Bartholin glands. Clear to all of you? So this is about the superficial and the superficial perineal pouch. Just have a look at the slide. You tell me what is this view. Oh, what is this section? Just one moment, I'll come to that once again. What is this section here? Tell me, how is this section taken? This section, what is this? A coronal section. Coronal section, just have a look at this coronal section. I'll start. What is this first layer? I'll draw that for you. This is a superior layer of urochannel diaphragm. Okay. What is this? This is the inferior layer of urochannel diaphragm. So what is this pouch now? That's a deep perineal pouch. And what is this here? This is the Colles fascia. So what is this pouch now? Superficial perineal pouch. Superficial perineal pouch. In the deep pouch, what are these glands? These are the Bartholin's glands. Bartholin glands. So this is a male, Bartholin glands. In the superficial perineal pouch, what is this muscle? This is the bulbospongiosum. And what is this? Ischiocavernosus. Okay. And now you tell me, what is this muscle going to be? What is this muscle going to be? This is the levator ani. Levator ani. So what is all this? Perineum. And what is all this? The pelvis proper. Okay, so that's the pelvis proper and that's the perineum. This should be clear. Okay, that I've told you the types of epiphysis, I've told you the joints and all. If there's anything now, I'll put that later for you. Okay, that's a slide. Clear? Now why this pouch is so important for us? So important. Why this pouch is so important? Listen here. Just one last thing. Why this pouch is so important for us? What Belly and Love has given the slide in the textbook of surgery. Just one moment. What Belly and Love has given the slide in the textbook of surgery. You know, a person is walking, looking there and walking. Person is walking, looking there. Very happy. Friend is there. Bye, karta hai, bye. Person is walking, looking there. Doesn't look in front. The person is just walking, looking there. I asked what will happen. One student said the person will go and hit the wall. It is not about hitting the wall. Look, person is walking, looking there. The person is walking. The person puts his leg on the manhole. That's a manhole. This is the lid. Manhole ka lid, dhakkan. The person is walking, puts his leg on the manhole. The lid flips like this. The lid flips like this, and the person lands on the manhole. Astride. You are understanding? Astride. Person is walking, puts his leg, the lid flips like this and the person falls like this, astride. What is injured? Perineum. What is ruptured? Urethra. Now tell me, if the urethra is ruptured in this pouch, the urine will remain only in this pouch. Why? Because that is a closed pouch. It is closed in all the directions. But suppose if the urethra is ruptured in this pouch, what will happen? The urine will start to come out. This is what we call as extravasation of urine. The urine will collect in the scrotum, cause edema of the scrotum. The urine will collect in the penis, cause edema of the penis. And the urine will now go in the anterior abdominal wall, in that space which is known as the superficial inguinal space, which lies between the Scarpa's fascia and the external oblique aponeurosis. The urine goes as high as the chest. The urine will also try to go down in the thigh, but it doesn't cross one line. What is that line known as? The Holden's line. This is what I was telling you in the morning. What is Holden's line? A line drawn laterally from the pubic tubercle. The urine doesn't cross this line. Why? Because the deep fascia of the thigh, that's fascia lata, is fixed to this line. That's the Holden's line. Yes, clear to all of you? So that's about Holden's line. Just 2-3 lines you need to know, so that completes it. Holden's line. Hilton is in the anal canal. This is Holden's line. Okay, just write this down. This will complete it. Holden's line. A line drawn laterally. Write this down. A line drawn laterally from pubic tubercle Urine does not cross this line. Urine does not cross this line due to firm attachment of hysterectal force. I'll just tell you the boundaries. Firm attachment of facial data along this line. Okay, urine does not cross this line due to firm attachment of facial data along this line. This is extraperitoneal rupture only, no? This is extraperitoneal rupture in the superficial perineal pouch. That's extraperitoneal. Length of prostatic urethra. Centimeters. Length of membranous urethra 1.5 to 2 centimeters. Length of penile urethra 10 to 20 centimeters. Most dilatable part of male urethra. Most dilatable part of male urethra is prostatic. Least dilatable is external urethral meatus. External urethral meatus followed by membranous urethra. Is this clear? Just 5 more minutes. Hysterectal fossa. Iliotibial tract, there's only that splitting off of the facial lateral, there's nothing here. Penile urethra is bulbar urethra, spongy urethra. Spongy urethra, bulbar urethra, penile urethra. Hysterectal fossa boundaries, anterior, imaginary line. That's the imaginary line joining the ischial tuberosities. Anteriorly is the imaginary line joining the two ischial tuberosities. Posteriorly, sacrotuberous ligament. Posterolaterally is the sacrotuberous ligament. Anteriorly is the hysterectal fossa, just the boundaries I'm telling you. Imaginary line joining the ischial tuberosities. Look now, this is the anal triangle, no, like this. Like this is the anal triangle. This is the anal canal. And that's the hysterectal fossa. So anteriorly is the imaginary line joining the two ischial tuberosities. Posteriorly is the posterolateral is the sacrotuberous ligament. Posteriorly is the coccyx. Posteriorly is the coccyx. Medial is the anal canal. I'll show you the slide. Medial is the anal canal. Laterally is the tuberosity. Laterally is the ischial tuberosity. Anteriorly is the imaginary line. Posterior is the coccyx. On either sides is the sacrotuberous ligament. Superior is the levator ani. inferior perianal skin. Okay. External urethral meatus and second is membranous urethra. First is external urethral meatus and same is membranous urethra. So look, ischiorectal fossa. Just imagine anal triangle. Okay, I'll start. Anal triangle. So who's in front? What are the boundaries of anal triangle? Who's this in front? The imaginary line. Who's behind? Coccyx. On either sides is the sacrotuberous ligament. Just imagine the anal canal in between. And on either sides of the anal canal is the ischiorectal fossa. So whose medial anal canal and whose lateral? The ischial tuberosities. Ischial tuberosities. Most dilatable part of male urethra is prostatic, and the least dilatable is external urethral meatus, and the second is membranous urethra. Yes. Perianal skin. Skin. That's the perianal skin. Okay, so look at the slide. So this most dilatable part of male urethra is prostatic. The least dilatable part is external urethral meatus, and second least dilatable part is membranous urethra. Okay, look at this slide. That's the slide for ischiorectal fossa. Okay, 2 minutes. That's the slide for ischiorectal fossa. Okay, look, read all these notes. Read this, see the slides, and then I'll tell you if you have any doubts, you can contact. Just one moment, have a look. This is the ischiorectal fossa. Ischiorectal, and see if I can magnify. Okay, I got it. That's the ischiorectal fossa. So now you tell me, what's this? That's the levator ani. That's the skin. Okay, skin on which we are sitting. So above is the levator ani, below is the skin on which we sit. Okay, who's laterally? That's the ischial tuberosity. And whose medially? That's the anal canal. That's the anal canal. So above is levator ani, below is the skin, medially is the anal canal, laterally is the ischial tuberosity, anteriorly is the imaginary line, posteriorly is the coccyx. On either sides is what? The sacrotuberous ligament. So that's the ischiorectal fossa. And what does the ischiorectal fossa contain? The ischiorectal fat. And these are the pudendal nerve and vessels. You know, the pudendal nerves and vessels, they have come from the greater sciatic foramen and now they have entered the lesser sciatic foramen. Okay. You can't see posterolateral in this, no? Posterolateral you can't see because we've taken a section. This is a coronal section. Anteriorly is the imaginary line. Look, anteriorly is the imaginary line. This is posterolateral and this is posterior. That's the coccyx. Coccyx. This is anterior and this is posterolateral. That's the sacrotuberous ligament. This is the anal canal and this is the ischiorectal fossa. That's the ischiorectal fossa. Clear? If anything is there, I'll put that for you later. So what does this ischiorectal fossa contain? Contains fat and pudendal nerve and vessels. Pudendal nerve and vessels. Okay, so it contains the ischiorectal fat, it contains the pudendal nerve and vessels. So that's it. If you have any doubt, you can send a mail. You can see my Facebook page. I've given many things on that.